025. I think for these sessions, I will take the opportunity to deliver a welcoming and opening speech, and at the same time, will introduce MACFEA, the organizer of this intellectual discourse, to our participants, especially for our esteemed speakers. So it is my honor and privilege to welcome you all to this significant event, themed Consumer Wellbeing in Facing Current Challenges. Today, we gather not only as representative of our respective nation or organization, but also as advocates for consumer rights and well-being, united by a common goal to address the pressing challenges faced by consumers in our rapidly evolving world. This today discourse, which takes place on February 24th and 25th of February, brings together representatives from various countries, as mentioned by our MC just now, various countries across Asia, including Hong Kong, Indonesia, Taiwan, India, and Malaysia. So your participation shows the importance of collaboration in addressing the pressing issues facing consumers today. We are truly honored to have such a diverse group of experts coming from various countries. From those who are involved directly with consumer and also amongst academicians, to share their invaluable insights and experiences. So before we go deeper into the agenda, allow me to express my heartfelt gratitude to all participating nations, particularly our esteemed speakers from Hong Kong, Mr. Francis Ho Ying Fu, from the Consumer Councils of Hong Kong, from Indonesia, Mrs. Anjani Widya, Education Divisions, Consumer Foundations, Indonesia, from Taiwan, Director Huang, Consumer Protection Association, from India, Professor Dr. Alka Dhingra, from Chandigarh University, Punjab, India, and from Malaysia, my colleague, Associate Professor Dr. Doris Padmini, Daughter of Selvaratnam, MACFEA EXCO members, and also Malaysian Consumer Consultative Council's members. And thank you for having agreed to contribute your perspective on consumer well-being from your respective country. So each of these countries have unique challenges and innovative solutions that will undoubtedly enrich our discussion. So their willingness to share their story not only strengthen regional cooperations, but also will foster mutual learning where we can learn from each other. So this event is organized by MACFEA, Malaysian Consumer and Family Economic Association, which was established as a professional association in consumer and family economics on the 13th of August 1996. It is an organization with majority of its members are among academicians interested in the field of consumer and family economics, coming from various universities throughout Malaysia. So its vision is to become a leading professional organization spearheading sustainable consumer and family economic well-being, with a mission of improving the well-being of consumer and family economics by becoming a referral center for quality research and publication, consultancy, and educational program using the quintuple helix approach. So the objective of MACFEA are to enhance expertise and professional development in consumer and family economics through knowledge sharing, research, and policy initiatives aimed at improving the economic well-being of consumer, family, and stakeholders. Additionally, MACFEA aims to foster informed decision-making and encourage collaboration among consumer, industry, professionals, researchers, and policymakers to achieve this vision. So based on these visions, missions, and objectives, MACFEA has been at the forefront of addressing critical issues affecting consumers, from financial inclusion to ethical consumerism, and has consistently worked to empower individuals and community through education, advocacy, and collaboration. So this inter-regional intellectual discourse is one of MACFEA flagship initiatives designed to bring together experts, advocates from various Asian countries to share their knowledge, exchange ideas, and develop actionable strategies to enhance consumer well-being. So the importance of discourse, the importance of this program or this intellectual discourse, where it is marked by the technological as follows because of the era we live in, where it is marked by technological advancements, economic uncertainties, and global crises such as the COVID-19 pandemic we have experienced before this. Consumers are confronted with unprecedented challenges from rising living costs, and online scams, to the complexity of financial literacy and the ethical considerations of products available in the market. The issues are diverse and ever-changing. So these challenges demand innovative solutions, collaborative efforts, and a shared commitment to safeguard consumer well-being. The theme that we choose for this discourse, consumer well-being in facing current challenges, is particularly timely as we navigate the aftermath of the pandemic and adapt to the rapid pace of digital transformation. It is crucial that we address the multifaceted challenges that impact consumer life. This discourse provides a unique platform for us to share experiences, exchange ideas, and learn from one another. So by bringing together representatives from various Asia countries, we aim to foster a deeper understanding of the issues faced by the consumer in different regions and to explore actionable strategies that can enhance their quality of life. As we all know, consumers today are grappling with a wide range of issues that affects their financial stability, health, and overall well-being. Some of the key challenges that we will address, hopefully, from the discourse will include the rising cost of living, inflation and economic instability that have made it increasingly difficult for consumers to manage their expenses, particularly for those coming from low and middle income households. Financial literacy. Many consumers lack the knowledge and skills needed to make informed financial decisions, leaving them vulnerable to scams and poor financial management. Digital transformations, which has been enhanced due to our experience of the pandemic. While technology has brought convenience, it has also introduced new risks, such as online fraud, data breaches, and the proliferations of counterfeit goods. And also the main important issues that have been discussed and also brought by many, the sustainability and ethical consumption. Consumers are increasingly concerned about the environmental and ethical impacts of their purchases, but they often lack the information and resources to make sustainable choices. And lastly, could be health and well-being, because of the COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the importance of access to the affordable healthcare and the need for consumer education, especially on health-related issues. So all these challenges are not confined to any single country or region. There are globals in nature and require collective action. So by sharing our experiences and insight, we can develop innovative solutions that address these issues and promote consumer well-being across Asians and beyond. So the objective of this course is as follows: to serve as a platform for knowledge sharing. So we aim to facilitate the exchange of information and best practices on consumer affairs across countries, especially from the countries that I've mentioned earlier. By learning from one another experiences, we can identify effective strategies and policy that can be adapted to different contexts. Second, to generate innovative ideas. So this course will provide a space for brainstorming and collaboration, enabling us to develop creative solutions to the challenges faced by consumers. And lastly, to foster regional collaboration. Hopefully, after tomorrow, when finish our program, hopefully that we can thinks of something that we can create a regional cooperation between us. So we hope to establish a lasting partnership and network that will enable us to work together on future research projects, publications, and initiatives in at enhancing consumer well-being and also family economics. So what is our expectation for the next 2 days? So over the next 2 days, we will engage in a series of presentations from our esteemed speakers, discussion and interactive sessions designed to explore the theme of this course in depth. So we have, thank you very much. We have admin from the committees that have managed to assemble a diverse group of speakers and participants, and each bringing a unique perspective and expertise to the table. So I encourage all of you to actively participate in this discussion, share your insight, and challenge conventional thinking. This is an opportunity to learn from one another, to question assumptions, and to develop innovative approaches to the challenges that we face. Let us remember that the success of this discourse depends not only on the quality of the discussions, but also on the actions that follow after that. It is our hope that the ideas and strategies generated from this event will serve as a foundation for future initiatives aimed at enhancing consumer well-being in our respective countries and across the region. So as we embark on this journey of knowledge sharing and collaboration, let us keep in mind that the ultimate goals of our effort is to improve the life of consumers, whether it's through policy reform, educational programs, or technological innovation. Each of us has a role to play in creating a more equitable and sustainable future for consumers. So in closing remarks, I would like once again to thank all our esteemed speakers, especially those representing Hong Kong, Indonesia, Taiwan, India, and Malaysia, for their commitment to this cause. Your contribution will be undoubtedly shape the direction of our discussion and inspire impactful actions moving forward. To MACFEA dedicated team led by Associate Professor Dr. Haili and all those involved in this event, thank you for making this event possible. And to everyone, thank you for being part of this transformative dialogue. Together, let us make this program, MACFEA Inter-Regional Intellectual Discourse 2025, a resounding success. Let us seize this opportunity to learn, collaborate, and innovate. And let us work together to create a brighter, more resilient future for consumers across Asia and beyond. Thank you, and I wish you all a productive and inspiring discourse. So before I hand over to MC, Mr. Hong, I would like to share some of slides about MACFEA. Even though some of the content I've already mentioned in my speech, but this is just to share that what is MACFEA all about, especially to our esteemed speakers. So allow me to share some of the okay. Mana? Tidak okay. Slide dulu. Sekejap je. Just a slide for short minute. As I mentioned, it's established. This is a professional organization established on the 13th of August. The vision and mission already I've mentioned. This is our members, MACFEA members. Make it into a PowerPoint. So this is the members from various universities, like myself from UPM, and then from Rosida from City University in KL, our secretary, Dr. Samsul Al-Zahari from UPM, assistant secretary from Dr. Associate Professor Islam from UITM, treasurer, Associate Professor Dr. from UPM, assistant treasurer Dr. Zurani Muhammad Yusuf from UPM, and advisor from Dr. Laili and from Dr. Farida. These are the EXCO members. Dr. Kashminda from UITM, Associate Professor Dr. Kashminda, Associate Professor Dr. Doris from UKM, Dr. Alistina, Dr. Khairunisa, and Professor Dr. Noadli Ridwan, congratulations for being and then Associate Professor Dr. Saili, Dr. Normalisa, Dr. Nozalina, Dr. Irwan, Dr. Cheng, and Dr. Mahia. So we have two publications. This is our journal, our official journal of the Malaysia Consumer and Family Economic Association, known as MACFEA, Malaysian Journal of Consumer and Family Economic. It's Scopus journal. We are trying to index it. It's indexed in Elsevier. Presently, it's Q4 going to Q3. We're going for, we have working hard for that. And then our second journal. This is for general reading. It's published every year in December. So we have also our bulletin known as Lensa MACFEA. It's published once a year. You can explore this or read this from our website. So we organize conference every year. This is our last conference that we organize together with INTI International University. The theme is Navigating the Digital Consumer Landscape, Innovation Challenges and Opportunities. It was held on the 7th of November last year. This is some of the picture of our last event. Then we have our conference together with our counterpart, Asian Association of Consumer Interest Marketing, established in Indonesia, ASIM. So this conference was held in Airlangga University. The theme is Managing New Marketing Opportunity for Enhancing Business Performance and Better Well-being of Family and Consumers. So this is the session. We do have some grants from the Ministry of Consumer Affairs and Cost of Living. So this is some of the grant that we managed to get from the ministry. That I think all this can be it's already listed in our website. So this is the program that we held. The last program that we held is on subsidy. This is some of the programs that are organized by our EXCO members. This is like a education program and advocacy program. Sustainable Consumer Empowerment Program, Making Smart Choices in High-Cost Environments is another new program that we organize. Advocacy Initiative Program, Kita Gempur, this is addressing leakages of subsidized control goods program. This is done throughout Malaysia. And this is our grant that we managed to get from for the year 2023. The MACFEA also provide some mini grant to support our members who do not have grant or lack funds in conducting their research, maximum of RM 5,000 for 1 year research. So last year we provide 4 grants, 2 grants in 2023, and this year I think another more or less I think another 4 grants. So and our monthly program 360. This is like a podcast, that kind of thing. A consumer community and perspective program. We do have this program every twice a week. Sorry, not twice a week. Every fortnight. On Friday. Malaysian time at 10:30 until 11. This is just what our program is for the publics. And normally we get many participants for this program. The last program they organized the last 2 weeks, we have around close to 200 people coming in. So and then some of the 360 program that we organized. We do also have some other program with other stakeholders. Other than KP, DHP, we also do have other program with other association. So this is our more information you want to know about MACFEA. You can we're going to show you our corporate video after this, but you can also we have also social media from TikTok at MACFEA, Facebook MACFEA UPM, Instagram MACFEA. So in terms of membership, there are various from university. We have currently at 302 members. The largest members come from University Technology Mara, followed by University Putra Malaysia. And if you look at that list, there are many universities. I think that we should not we have other states coming from our members from other university. So we do have people from German University, Malaysia, as our members. And okay, this is the membership condition. Again, to be more information about being a membership, you can get it from our website. Okay, thank you very much for the. I will then hand over the session to our MC. Thank you very much. Tutup.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Ahmad, for the insightful and inspiring words and official opening remarks for this event. So for now, we will just share a short video featuring MACFEA. Okay, please enjoy the video.
Ini tak? Nah, ada tak suara? Ada tak? Ada tak? Okay, cuba capture dia punya ni. Capture maksudnya?
Asian Consumer and the Family Economics Association, established 58 years ago in 1985. MACFEA is a professional organization focused on consumer sciences and family economics. The inception of MACFEA traces way back to the meeting of the Asian Consumer and Family Economics Association, called which was held in Shah Alam, Lucknow, from 4th to 6th July 1995.
The association aims to use expertise and professional growth in consumer and family economics. It provides support for sharing knowledge perspectives to enhance the economic well-being of consumers, families, and stakeholders. The organization promotes research in this field, disseminating findings to aid policy formation. Additionally, it strives to empower users to be conscientious consumers and collaborates with diverse stakeholders to achieve its mission and objectives.
MACFEA contribute to academic discourse by publishing 2 active journals, MACFEA and Journals Pengguna Malaysia, JPM, both concentrating on consumer and family economic issues. Notably, MACFEA has received recognition to citations in Scopus. In addition to these journals, MACFEA facilitates the exchange of knowledge and information among readers through Lensa, a platform registered with ISSN.
Since its inception, MACFEA has proudly spearheaded numerous successful programs and initiatives, collaborating with a diverse range of organizations such as government agencies, academic institutions, the general public, and student bodies. Our commitment to positive transformation has driven these collaborations, fostering a collective effort to bring about meaningful change.
Collaboration with educational institutions has been paramount to our mission. Through research projects, workshops, and the provisions of instructional materials, we have worked alongside these establishments to cultivate a culture of continuous learning, benefiting professionals, community, and students. Recognizing the importance of engaging the public, our organization has conducted awareness campaigns, workshops, and community events through various outreach programs. The aim is to empower individuals and families with the necessary information to navigate financial challenges effectively.
Looking ahead, MACFEA envisions extending its impact beyond national borders. MACFEA aspires to cultivate a global reputation for the association and foster international cooperation, particularly with non-governmental organizations, NGO. Through strategic collaboration on an international scale, we aim to elevate our influence and contribute to the global discourse on family and consumer economics. By engaging with partners around the world, we seek to amplify our voices and make meaningful contributions to the international dialogue on matters crucial to the well-being of families and consumers.
Okay, thank you for the video. Right, dear participants, thank you for your active participation in MACFEA Inter-Regional Intellectual Discourse 2025 so far. We are now moving to the next part of our session. Please take note of the following. First, we will begin with a group photo, and kindly make sure that your camera are on so that you are visible. Okay, so this is a wonderful opportunity for us to capture this memorable moment together. So please cooperate with us. All right, and after the group photo, never mind, we will take the group photo first. Okay, technical. Okay, kindly switch on your camera, everyone, participants. All right, thank you. Yeah, Mr. Jamil, can you unmute and do a countdown so we can take the picture for everyone to get ready. Yeah, thank you, thank you.
Okay. 1, 2, 3. Again, 1, 2, 3. Is it okay? Done. Right. Okay.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Jamil, for the group photo. Okay, so for now, we will take a short morning break first before we move on to another session. Okay, so feel free to stretch and relax for a few minutes before we continue with the next session. And at the same time, we also have a short video screening featuring Truly Malaysia. It's a beautiful showcase of Malaysia's incredible culture, heritage, and landscape. It's a video lah. All right, so for now, we will just proceed to the short morning breakfast along with the video screening. And please come back by 10 o'clock for our first session. Thank you for your cooperation. Please stay tuned and we will be back with more insightful discussion shortly. Thank you.
So land with rich heritage for you to explore. Sand beaches, friendly faces, surreal experiences everywhere.
Such a thrill, the heartbeat of Asia, where dreams are full.
Every moment you feel, taste the food, try the highlands, such a thrill. The heartbeat of Asia, where dreams are fulfilled. You will love Malaysia now and forever. Different races everywhere. The soul of Asia is surely here. This beautiful Malaysia. You will love the colors of Malaysia, where the sun loves to shine on sandy beaches and clear waters with smiles on friendly faces. This land is beautiful, it steals your heart away. This land is paradise, only a smile away. The soul of Asia, the essence of Asia. In this land where dreams come true, Malaysia. Malaysia is truly Asia. People smiling everywhere, showing you how much they care. Welcome to Malaysia. This land is beautiful, it steals your heart away. This land is paradise, only a smile away. The soul of Asia, the essence of Asia. In this land where dreams come true, Malaysia. is beautiful, Malaysia. You will love the colors of Malaysia, where the sun loves to shine on sandy beaches and clear waters with smiles on friendly faces. This land is beautiful, it steals your heart away. This land is paradise, only a smile away. The soul of Asia, the essence of Asia, in this land where dreams come true, Malaysia.
Okay, welcome back to the MACFEA Inter-Regional Intellectual Discourse 2025, organized by the Malaysia Consumer and Family Economy Association, MACFEA. We are so pleased to have you with us today as we dive into the session 1 of this exciting program. All right, so today's theme is consumer well-being in facing current challenges. And we have experts and leaders from across Asia who will share valuable insights and strategies to safeguard consumer rights and enhance well-being in these uncertain times. Okay, so in the session 1, Consumer Country Report will feature presentations from Director Huang of the Consumer Protection Association, Taiwan, and Prof. Alka Dingra from Chandigarh University, Punjab, India. This presentation will provide a deep dive into the challenges consumers are facing in their countries, followed by an insightful panel discussion moderated by Prof. Dr. Rosida Musa and Dr. Umi Hamidatan Muhammad Sofiandi. And afterward, we will open for Q&A session. So please have your question ready by then. Before we begin, let me share some important information for all participants. First, it's about the housekeeping and do's and don'ts for online participations. Please ensure your microphone is muted during the session to avoid background noise. And if you wish to ask a question or engage with the speakers, please unmute your microphone or turn on your camera when invited by the moderator. Right, and next, activate your camera if being requested. Please turn on your camera to make the session more interactive when requested by the host or moderator, and your participation in this is much appreciated. Third one, use the chat box for comments and questions. You can type your questions or comments in the chat box, and the moderator will review and choose some to address during the Q&A session. Please be mindful of the time as we will try to answer as many questions as possible. Next, please be also respectful in terms of your language and behavior, because this is a professional event. So we ask that you maintain respectful language and behavior at all times. And please refrain from using inappropriate language or making disruptive comments in the chat. And regarding your microphone etiquette, when you speak during the Q&A session, please ensure your microphone is clear of noise and speak concisely to help us to stay on track. And lastly, please be mindful of the time to ensure efficient interaction. Okay, so please keep your questions and comments brief to ensure everyone has a chance to participate. All right, so for Q&A session, here's a bit of the reminder as well. After the presentations and panel discussion, we'll open the floor to Q&A session. So you may ask questions in the chat box. Just type your question and our moderators will read through from the chat box. And if you prefer to ask your question directly, please raise your virtual hand. I believe that there's the emotions icon in the Zoom meeting platform. So the moderator will unmute you and allow you to speak. All right. So most importantly, please engage respectfully. This is an academic and professional event. Please ensure that your questions are relevant to the session, and we ask for your patience in waiting your turn. All right, so last but not least, for the live streaming information, for those who wish to watch the session live or share the experience with others, please note that the MACFEA Inter-Regional Intellectual Discourse 2025 is being streamed on the official MACFEA YouTube channel. You can also access the live stream at YouTube channel at dr.ir.sha-network5076. So feel free to share this link with your colleagues and friends who might be interested in joining today's discussion. All right. So now, without further delay, let's begin the exciting journey of learning and engagement with our first presentation, the Consumer Country Report from Taiwan and India. Thank you for being a part of this important dialogue. Let's make this productive and insightful session. Okay. Director Huang, may I pass the floor to you now?
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you hear my voice?
Yes. Director Huang, can please hold on for a moment. There's a
Yeah.
Yeah. Hello, everyone.
Yeah.
Thank you. By the way, my report is use Mandarin. And can I ask, did you have my PPT? Do you, Mr. Hong?
Yes.
PPT, yeah. Yes. Yeah, we have.
Can I share?
You want us to share?
Yeah. 可以分享那个画
Sorry,
面。
Mr. Hong, you can share, you're allowed to share by yourself because we are giving you as a co-host.
I share myself.
Yeah.
Yes.
I share myself.
Is it possible?
That's okay. Saya tak boleh bantu.
可是我可能没有办法，那个我的设备可能没有办法去做这样子的事情，所以你不能帮我的话，我就只能用另外一个方法。天哪，不行，没有办法分享。How can I? If I share this with this one, can I? No, can't.
Okay, we help you. We help you. Dr. Hong ada tak? Okay.
要拿开我的背景，对吗？
好，一下子哈，我们这边再帮你处理一些那种那个文件的那个事情一下，好，请稍等一下哈。
谢谢 ，Thank you。
好 ，OK，我们这边尽量帮你了，好。
要不然就是我要取消背景才能让你们看那个 report。
OK，没问题。不过等一下你的那个也是，sorry for everyone for other participants please allow me to communicate with Director Huang in her national language first. Okay, so we were discussing on a little bit on the arrangements. Yeah, thank you for your patience. Okay.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Welcome.
黄总监是吗？黄总监我们这边在帮你就在拿那个你的 PPT 我
呀，
们
我
这边
有用
尽量
email，呀，
好，可以。
我 I'm
不
come
过等
from
下
Taiwan, everyone.
呀，那等下你的演示会是用中文还是英文？
中文
中文。
我可以听得懂，但是我可能表达上会怕有出入。
一下子哈。
Or I can use
一下子，稍等一下。
有后
Problem we have sharing.
是这个
yeah
PPT 吗？是这个哈。And yeah,
yes.
for your information, the director Huang will be present in Chinese. Is it okay if I do a direct translation for her? Okay.
Yes.
Right. So 黄女士，黄总监，不好意思，我会帮你翻译了哈。So 你
谢
可能在那
谢你。
个演示那边就稍微讲慢一点。OK。
好，谢谢你，谢谢。
好，没问题。
那我可以开始。
Yeah, so we'll have our first presentation from Director Huang now, and I will do the translation in
Thank
English.
you. Thank you.
Yeah,
Hello
Director Huang.
everyone. I'm come from Taiwan. 我们协会的名称叫做台湾消费者保护协会。As you see, Taiwan, and our website is www.cpat.org.tw.
So basically, this is the Consumer Association from Taiwan, and the name is Consumer Protection for Consumers Association. Yeah, so this is the logo, and the website is www.cpat.org.tw.
Yeah, this is our logo. And 我们是台湾非政府的消费者组织。
Okay, and they are an non-organizational association, a non-government association, NGO. Yeah.
对，但是在台湾呢，反而是我们才能够打那个替消费者提出消费团体诉讼。
And they are the representative to consumer rights protection for Taiwan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And next page.
All right.
Okay, this is me.
Okay, so yeah.
我们协会已经31年了。
Their association, it's already 31 years. It's been 31 years since the establishment of Taiwan Consumer Protection Association.
是我们主要做的事情，这个页面是我的简介，我们可以快速的看过就好，我们可以换下一页。
Okay. So this is basically just Director Huang's personal information. All right, and we will just move to the next part lah.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. OK。这边解释一下这个我们的 logo。
Okay, so here Director Huang will explain a little bit on her association logo.
So as you can see, it's three people.
Yeah, from the logo, it's actually three people.
Yeah, three people. 所以我们的理念是，他那个人是消费者，也是保护我们的保护者。
So the logo actually resembles of consumer, and they are protecting.
Yeah.
The round shape symbolize protecting. Yeah.
所以我们是用人的造型，然后它就会连接成一个圆形，一个 circle， 是代表团结的意思。
So they hold hand together. That means they hand in hand to solve consumers issues.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. 然后最后呢，是以3个人以上呢，代表消费者，还有我们消保团体，还有业者，可以手牵手合作，创造一个安全的消费环境。
Okay. So for the three person, actually they have different meaning. So one of the people in the logo means consumer, and then another people means the consumer association, and the third one is the supplier. Supplier, is it?
Supplier,
yeah, supplier. So together they create a very consumer protected environment.
Yeah. 然后我们的宗旨就是我们在希望可以做到的事情，就是第一个是保障消费者权益。
So for their association motto, the first one is to ensure consumer rights protection.
Yeah, 这个相信大家都是一样的哈。Believe everyone is well here. 然后第二个是提升消费者地位。
For the second motto, it's to increase the position of consumers.
Yeah. 第三个是推广消费者教育。
And the third one will be spreading consumer education.
Yeah,
consumer education. Yes.
然后我们的希望啊，下面是红色的部分，是我们的希望，就是我们要建构安全的消费环境。
Okay, so for the red part, it actually means their association vision. Okay, so for the first one is to establish a safe, spending environment. Yeah.
然后希望消费者 consumer， 然后我们消保团体，然后厂商就是业者都可以是3赢的结果，就是大家都很高兴的状况。
Yeah, so for their association, they also hope to create a 3 times winning situations, like in terms of the consumer association, and also the supplier.
好
，Okay. Yeah.
这是我们要追求的结果，对。
Okay. Yeah. So the last vision is to achieve the final.
Yep. And next page.
Next page.
Yeah. 就现在让我们介绍一下我们协会去年统计的消费争议。
OK， 黄总监，其实我们下面这个 Zoom meeting 这边哈，已经有这个实时翻译了，所以其实你可以
直接讲中文，
直接去做你的对，然后他们下面那边有那个实时翻译。OK， 好，So for the participants, I will stop my translation here. So for the Zoom meeting platform, actually we have the translation service in the apps lah. So you can switch on the transcription for the translation, so you can understand what Director Huang is presenting. Okay. So all right, Director Huang, I will pass back the presentation session to you. Okay.
好，谢谢大家。现在就是介绍一下，这个是我们去年113年做的统计啊，这个是全部的整个台湾跟我们产生消费纠纷的一个统计 那分成几个类别，那最多我们可以看到图片上面23% 的线上购物啊，就是网络上面的购物的纠纷，它占了大多数，它是第一名。那第二名呢是13% 的实体店面，就是实际上在我们的商店上面购买东西而产生的消费纠纷。那第三名就是11% 的旅游的消费纠纷啊，疫情结束以后，旅游类的消费纠纷就变多了，所以呢，它很快的那纠纷就来到了第三名啊，这个旅游类。那其他比较多的，还有包含8% 的医疗美容啊，以及外送服务这样子的类型的消费纠纷。那这个是目前台湾所遇到的消费的争议的统计比较多的类别。那我们要分享，我们要让大家了解的是，其实现在的线上购物啊，就是它真的网络上面的购物，真的是一个非常大的争议的来源。我需要留时间给您吗，Miss 洪？
不需要，就你跟我讲，你要换下一个那个 PPT 就可以了。
好的，那可以
有实时
下一个。
翻译了。好，
好的，下一页，谢谢。No，那 OK，谢谢。那我们现在台湾面临的挑战主要是两点，挑战很多，但这两点呢是比较让我们困扰的。台湾大概今年就会进入高龄的社会，也就是可能一半以上的人都会超过45岁啊，一半的人都是老年人口，它的比例会变得很大。那它会造成什么状况呢？就是老年人第一个他的需求可能跟年轻人比较不同。那但是呢，他的购买的环境，就像我们刚刚看到的，我们的消费争议统计都是线上购物嘛。那可能是因为老年人他可能不大熟悉网络上面的使用方式，或者是他网络上购买的使用方式，包含付款的方式，包含他在看，因为我们知道很多人他在年龄大的时候，他的视力没有那么好，尤其是手机上面的字体，可能也会造成他不大能够很清楚的去了解商品页面传递出来的讯息，他可能会看到，但是他会忽略。不见得马上或很清楚的看到，所以老年人的人口比例大幅上升，它会相对的造成线上购物的一些争议，像我们就会接到很多老年人来跟我们做申诉的时候，年轻人他可能自己在手机上面，可能他就可以写申诉单用那个手机点点点就可以，但是老年人他没有办法，他可能需要到现场来，那我要直接给他这个纸跟笔，他要用手写的方式去写下来，但是这样的状况会变成他可能会嫌麻烦，他就不来做这样子的申诉，导致于他的消费权益会不断的去受损，这是第一个。那第二个就是数位知识的落差，会导致老年人他受到消费诈骗的这个状况会很多。像台湾现在非常非常多的东西，就应该说这2、3年最多的困扰是在我们的诈骗包裹。我其实也很想知道，每一个国家是不是也都是这个样子？就是诈骗包裹，它会不会造成 其他各国消费者的困扰。比如说我举一个例子是，假设我们家的老人家在家里面，然后突然有一天有人按门铃说，你有一个包裹，你有个 package， 然后你需要付钱，你要付钱来签收。那老人家可能他没有去查证之后，他就会把那个东西给收下来，但他就受骗了呀。那这个状况，我不知道其他国家怎么处理，但我们台湾呢，前2、3年非常非常困扰，但是这2年呢，是终于有了比较好的解决的方式。这个我们后面再讲啊，这是我们先讲我们现在面临的挑战是这个样子。下一页。好，那第2个挑战，接下来再讲，这也是一个挑战，这是通货膨胀。通货膨胀是这几年台湾很有感觉啊，这是我们做的一个统计表，从2019年到2024年，我们统计的是一些民生的餐点第一项是牛肉面beef noodle 它是涨幅最大的它的涨幅从2019年到2024年，它涨了43%43%，非常将近一半的一个涨幅，而且你可以看得到，从2021年到2024年这中间，它几乎年年都涨价。年年这是让消费者非常受损的一个状态。那你像看第二名它是水饺，水饺很小颗，它的单价也很小，所以一般比如说你从5块钱涨到5.5块钱，可能没有那么有感觉，但是呢，你看它到2024年就涨到了7块钱，你吃一颗水饺要花的钱已经来到了涨幅，也是到了40%40%，也是非常的高，非常吓人。那消费者的成本，他在消费的这块呢，他因为这个通货膨胀，他受到了什么损失？因为很多店家他涨价，他其实并不是真的因为成本需要而涨价，而是因为大家都涨价，所以他就跟着涨价。所以消费者在不知不觉中，他会收到的价格上涨，或者是变相涨价的状况，就是可能一样便当是一样的价格，但是它的量变得非常的少，或者是悄悄的少了几样菜。那这个也是我们比较困扰，希望知道说，那其他国家也是这个状况吗？那你们会怎么去提醒消费者，或者是告诉消费者这样的事情？我们的话是把它给刊在网络上，刊在我们的期刊，但是我们没有。我们比不上香港消委会，香港消委会做得更好，他们有一个专门的网站，每天记录这样子的一个物价，可是我们还没有，我们希望可以有。那这个是我们简单的一个调查，只是提醒消费者说，其实你所消费的环境，它已经有了一个很明显的涨幅，甚至于今年，其实台湾今年也在持续的涨价当中。甚至于我们前2天去买便当的时候，便当店的老板娘跟我们说，我们已经半年没有涨价了。她好像觉得半年没有涨价是一个非常不合理的事情，但是以消费者来说，我们会觉得才半年你就要涨价，这是很不合理的事情这是很不合理的事情。好，这是我们遇到的通货膨胀的困扰。那下一页。 OK，这个是第3个困扰啊，就是我们按照主办方的提示来分享说，我们现在目前台湾比较遇到的困扰的模式有或者是环境有哪些？那除了刚刚前面讲的以外，再来就是这个跨境的平台，也是我们很希望可以解决的事情。那我举这个例子就是 Booking， 我相信各国应该都有使用 Booking.com 这个平台。那它造成的困扰，对我们来说，对台湾来说，它一开始造成的困扰是 Booking 在台湾并没有，它没有设立任何的公司，所以当消费者他产生了这个困扰，或者是他产生了消费争议，最多的消费争议就是第一个是他订了，但他订错了，他要取消，但是 Booking 不让他取消啊，就直接把他的信用卡的款项给没收了。那他找不到人可以去做申诉，他来跟我们申诉，或是到我们政府去申诉都没有办法，因为我们台湾目前呢，是你必须要有对方确实的公司名称跟住址啊，才能够去做这样子的消费申诉。可是呢，Booking 它在台湾就没有，它没有任何 company 啊，所以它那个时候我们几乎都无法解决。一开始的时候，我们只能提醒消费者说，如果你要使用 Booking 或者是 Agoda 或者是 Airbnb、HR 之类的，这种没有在台湾没有分公司的网站、跨境的平台，你可能就要自己小心，你必须要自己去承担这个风险。万一你有任何的消费的纠纷，可能台湾没有办法帮助你去争取，但是你可能要自己去跟 Booking 去用 email 去申请，或者是去争取你的权益。这个是目前一开始的时候，但是一直到疫情，然后到这2年，台湾政府开始帮忙说，希望可以解决这样子的事情，希望可以解决这样的事情，包含像台湾其实很喜欢到淘宝买东西，这个还有天猫香港消委会应该非常清楚，天猫消委会那边，香港消委会那边应该也接到很多天猫的申诉，因为天猫的注册是在香港。所以对于跨境的平台这一类的消费纠纷，也是我们很希望可以解决的但是以前不能解决，但现在已经慢慢的有在往可以解决的方向去处理。那怎么处理呢？下一个 page。像这个我来分享一下我们政府的资源，因为有太多这样子的一个消费者产生在 Booking 上面啊，或者是在其他的跨境平台上面的纠纷，所以第一个我们给他一个申诉管道。我刚刚不是说如果没有住址，他是没有办法申诉的嘛？但是现在呢，政府呢就有帮忙说，如果你是因为这样，你可以来我们的政府的部门去申诉。好，他给他一个申诉管道，怎么申诉？他要怎么做？一开始的时候其实很困难，一开始我们只能先针对台湾境内的，就比如说你在 Booking 上面你订的是台湾的饭店，或者是台湾的旅游，那台湾的政府至少可以，对，至少可以管得到台湾自己的饭店。所以即使你透过 Booking、透过 Agoda 之类的，你订的只要是台湾的地方，政府他就第一时间他可以伸手去管，他可以去管说你 就算你透过 Booking，但是你还是你这个饭店你还是要遵守台湾的法令，保护消费者的权益。这是一开始的时候，就是一开始只能先针对台湾的部分，但是政府至少愿意伸出援手。那第二个呢是后来现在他已经有要求 Booking 要求Agoda 有在台湾设立分公司，或者是一个窗口、一个电话、一个服务的专线，让我们消费者如果产生纠纷的时候，可以跟他有一个对话的窗口。那我们消费者团体或者是政府消费者的那边的组织都可以来用这个 Booking 在台湾的分公司来做一个协调，做那个消费纠纷的一个处理。那第三个来自政府的资源，就是支援我们这些非政府的组织去做宣导。去哪里宣导呢？去校园，去各个老人活动中心，就针对老年人，跟学生的校园呢去做这样子的宣导。就是如果你在跨境平台，不管是网络或者是你在 Booking 这边这样子的平台去订购商品，产生了消费争议的话，你应该要怎么处理？这个是我们目前来自台湾政府的支援。OK， 下一页。好，那现在这个对未来的建议就是，我刚刚分享了我们台湾目前遇到的困难以及我们遇到的一些处境。那所以要先再讲一下，就我们真的很高兴可以到这里来告诉大家分享我们现在台湾目前的状况。那更希望的是，我们可以跟每一个与会的人来成立一个消费争议的处理窗口。就是我们希望，如果可以的话，你可以建立一个email 或者是一个 account 来跟我们让我们比如说台湾的人去到马来西亚旅游的时候，如果你们有什么样的问题，我们都可以做一个协助啊。因为现在疫情之后了嘛，所以大家都可以自由的去旅游，那当然消费的争议就会开始变多了。那所以我们希望我们国跟国之间都可以有一个处理的窗口，让我们可以来帮消费者处理这样子的一个消费的争议。包含政府，包含民间，因为我们台湾目前呢，我我们的网站呢，我们有一个申诉网站，我们总共有三个主要的消费申诉管道可以让消费者使用。那政府的申诉管道，它有一个特点是，它外国人是没有办法去登入的，因为他必须是本国人才能够去填写申诉单，政府的，包含像日本好像也是这样，就是他只能接受你日本在地，那台湾目前也是台湾在地才能够用我们台湾政府的那个申诉单去写，就是 government 它那个政府的它的限制比较多。限制比较多，所以我们希望也建议说，除了政府的，是不是民间的窗口，我们应该更积极的来成立民间的窗口，因为比如说你知道台湾是比较属于政治敏感的一个地带嘛，但是我们台湾跟大陆这边还是有一些旅游的，那它一样还是会有一些消费纠纷的。那像之前我们还可以互相旅游的时候，大陆人民的消费纠纷呢，他透过政府那边可能就没有办法，但他可以透过我们一样可以协助消费者跟店家这个供应商这边来帮忙处理他们的消费纠纷，所以我们很希望各国 即使语言不通，即使像这样子，但是我们有很多，现在已经有很多工具，翻译的工具啊，可以帮忙，即使比较慢，应该也可以协助消费者来做这样子的纠纷的处理。这是我们对未来的建议，跟我们很希望做的事情，甚至于我希望邀请各位与会的国家们，如果你们愿意，我们可以在会议结束来做这样子的一个MOU 的商量，就是我们来提供一个窗口，来签订一些简单的协议，来协助消费者。如果我们台湾民众去到台湾消费者去到你们国家去旅游去消费，或者是你们的消费者来到台湾来旅游消费产生的纠纷，我们希望我们有这样子的一个窗口，我们都可以互相的来处理消费者的一些问题。那由我们当一个窗口，有一个好处就是它在语言上，当然因为有我们，所以它可能可以更加的有机会去了解这个消费纠纷，或者说更有机会的去解决，用比较简单的方式去解决这样子的消费纠纷。OK， 然后下一页 ，Next page， 这是我要分享一下我们的成功案例，就是我刚刚有提到，在我们台湾之前还可以让大陆来台湾旅游的时候，那时候我们曾经处理过很多昂贵的消费纠纷。我举一个例子，就是那个时候有大陆的人过来旅游的时候，他们很喜欢去购买珊瑚。珊瑚我要怎么说？它是珠宝，它把它做成一个珠宝。那因为我们知道，其实珠宝哈，它的争议性很大的地方在于说，第一个，珠宝它可能有真或假的问题，它有真假的问题。第二个，它有保存的问题，那它的品质上就很容易受到质疑。那我们知道，我们人去旅游的时候，去到当地。那看到很漂亮的自然景观，看到很漂亮的珠宝，你可能会当下觉得很 OK， 但是当你买回去以后，回到家你会发现，它好像颜色不一样了，它变色了。所以这个消费者，这个来台湾旅游的大陆消费者，他就在回到家之后发现，他买的珠宝颜色变了，他花了好多钱买的珠宝，居然回到家没有1个礼拜，它就变色了。他认为非常的不合理，他觉得他受骗了，但他没有办法。我刚刚有提到，我们台湾目前政府的那个网站是没有办法让外国人进去的，所以他就只能透过我们。那透过我们来申诉，我们协助他去找到那个店家，就是卖珠宝的那个店家，然后我们发文过去给这个珠宝的店家，请他们提出说明，做出回复，确认。但如果说你真的卖的品质就是不 OK 的，我们希望你可以做到退货跟退款的动作。那我讲结果是，他真的有退款有退款，但是可有扣掉一些运费，因为毕竟它是它有一些关税，它有一些税务，还有运费，它有扣掉，但是它有把物品收回来，然后有把款项呢还给了消费者。那有一个成功的案例之后呢，可能就是口耳相传，就是其他人他也觉得原来这个管道是可以处理这个消费纠纷的，所以那个时期，我们处理了很多件珠宝的消费纠纷，以及包含劳力士表 这样子的纠纷，他们在免税商店所产生的消费纠纷，我们也都有协助发函，请店家帮忙确认商品品质，如果真的不 OK，我们有请他做退款。好，这是第一个，别的国家的人到台湾来，我们协助处理的案例。那第二个是台湾的消费者去韩国购物的时候产生的案例。这个消费者他是去韩国的商店买东西，那韩国商店它可能上面会有那个价格嘛，然后也会有打折。那他当时买完付钱的时候呢，店员有跟他说他的商品是有打折的，但是他回来看账单以及核对，他发现呢，这个店员给他的东西不对，给他的东西不对，可是他已经回台湾了，但这时候他就觉得很难过，因为他可能没有办法再去一次韩国去做这样子的一个要求，所以他找到我们，问我们可以有什么样的方法。那个时候我们有跟韩国的消费者协会签一个简单的 MOU，所以我们有一个窗口，我们跟韩国有一个窗口，所以我们把这样子的问题 pass 过去给这个韩国的那个消费者组织，请他们协助我们去跟店家询问这个状况，然后请店家做出回复，还原一下当时这个消费者所购买的一个状况，是不是真的像消费者所说的，他真的有遇到不合理的购物的一个状况。然后后来那个韩国的消费者团体，他帮我们去跟店家做这样子的沟通也确认了那个时候可能店员他讲了确实有折扣，但他没有把折扣给消费者，所以他在经过了解释之后呢，他就有帮消费者做退货退款。当然还是消费者他把货物从台湾寄到韩国，他还是有扣掉运费，款项跟东西的关税之后，他有把剩余的款项呢还给消费者，那消费者也可以接受这样子的状况。所以我们很希望说这样子的一个很好的一个窗口解决方案呢，它可以在扩大，就是希望每一个国家都可以跟我们有一个窗口来协助消费者。是，然后这个是依据主办方所提示的这个内容呢，我们就是分享到这边，下一页。这个是我们的网址跟电话，就是还有我们的 email 信箱，就是如果可以的话，你们可以透过 email 来跟我们做联系，让我们可以一起有机会一起来解决有可能会遇到的困难。那我再举一个例子，是我们上个月才解决一个来自土耳其的外国人，他接到了他在台湾买到了诈骗的，他认为是不对的商品，那我们有协助他做退货退款，所以我们很希望我们可以帮助更多的国家的人来解决这样子的消费纠纷，所以很抱歉大家用中文翻译的方式来听我的报告，但我真的很希望可以做更多的连接，让大家有机会有一个窗口来跟我们做这样子的一个有机会来做这样子一个分享，来解决这样子消费的争议，这样子。谢谢大家。以上报告，Mr. Hong。
Okay, yeah, so that summarizes the presentation from Director Huang, representative from Taiwan. Thank you for your presentation and sharing the case in Taiwan. Okay, all right. So, okay, so before we move into the presentations from India, So I would like to pass the session to our moderator first for a little bit of introduction. Okay. So yeah, Dr. Umi, is it Dr. Umi, our moderator? Yeah. So our moderator will be Dr. Umi Hamidatan Muhammad Sofian Lee. So Dr. Umi, I will pass the session to you now.
Good morning, Mrs. Huang.
Hi.
Hi. Okay, so thank you so much for very insightful presentation regarding the reports that have been sharing with us. Then you relate the cases that happened in Taiwan. So my name is Dr. Umi Hamidatun Muhammad Sofiani. So I have also my colleague, which is Prof. Rusida. Prof, can you hear me? Can you raise your hand so that we can see you? Adil.
Hi.
Okay, okay, that's good. Okay, so
I'm here.
okay, so I think without further delay, because we have one more presentation from India after this with our respected guest speaker. So I will proceed, Prof, with one question, and then I will return back to your session. Okay, Prof, are you okay with that?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay. So Ms. Wang, I have one question. Throughout the presentation, you identified there have several issues related to the protections of the consumer based on the cases and how actually you try to protect the consumer demand and how the consumptions of the several product in your country by giving a few examples from the tourists that have been dealing with the issues of consumptions of certain product in your country. My question is, what steps should be taken by NGO or by the governments of the Taiwan to protect the consumer need? Or you can share they have several law or enforcement that have been applied in Taiwan to ensure the improving of consumer well-being in Taiwan.
Mr. Hong, can you translate me?
Yeah, sure. Okay, so OK， 就基本上他这个 Dr. Umi 的问题是关于台湾有没有一些相关的法律来维护这个消费者的权益啊？
有的。台湾我用中文可以吗？
可以，一下子
我 OK， 台湾有一个台湾消费者保护法，这是我们的法律，它从民国since 1997有一个消费者保护法，可以帮我翻译它
？OK， 好，可以。So according to Director Huang, in Taiwan there is a Consumer Protection Act in 1997年是吗
？1997年
，1997
yeah, from 1997 yes。
好，您继续。
他是要问我们有法律而已吗？还是？
对，就这个法律怎么去帮助这维护消费者的权益
消费者，我们的台湾的消费者保护法很简单，
对，
条文不多，但是它的主要目的就只有第一个，它会希望各行各业都要定一个法规，例如买房子定型化契约，你要有补习班契约，那各行各业任何行业都一定要有一个定型化契约范本，像租房子它有一个租屋的契约食衣住行娱乐都有，这是第一个。第二个是保障网络的通讯交易跟访问交易，就是你没有看到东西就去买的东西，台湾的法令消费者保护法最耳熟能详，就是最让人知道的， 就是7天鉴赏期。好，7天，你有7天的犹豫期，就是7天之内，你可以解除契约，你可以不要。好，如果你透过网络或者是电话去购买的，你是可以7天之内，你可以没有理由，就是说我不要，我就是要解除掉，因为我没有看到东西我就买了。好，这是台湾目前保护消费者最好、最多、最好用的一条法律。好，那第三个部分就是我们消费者保护法要求所有厂商，他必须他的产品是要符合安全，要有它的水准。例如，我买一个电话，那它就必须要能够运作，它就必须要可以 work。它如果不行，我们就要求它要做更换，或者是它必须要退货退款。它必须要达到我们的安全，达到我们的水准。那最后就是第4点，是我们的消费者保护法，它有规定团体诉讼的这个东西，就是如果很多人因为同一件事情，就是超过20个人，因为同一件事情产生的消费损害，是可以透过我们来提起团体诉讼，帮助消费者。消费者不用出钱哦，消费者不用付任何的费用，他就可以来要求我们的协助。对，以上这是我们消费者保护法比较多的内容。
Okay, so maybe a little bit of translation from here. So according to Director Huang, in terms of the law that Taiwan have to protect the consumers, so there are four main ones. So the first one is in every field, they have a specific regulations for each aspect. Like for example, in housings, they have the regulations for housings. And like for maybe in finance, in banking, each of these sectors, they have different regulations specific for consumers.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the second one, it's regarding on the online shopping. And the the most important one is in the online shopping in Taiwan, they have a 7 days cooling period.
Yeah.
So consumers are allowed to return lah. They have the 7 days cooling period. So consumers are allowed to return the package without any restrictions or like maybe rules or something lah. Okay.
Yes.
So the third one is that Taiwan will request supplier to follow the safety standards. Yeah. Though so for each of the manufacturing suppliers, they have their own safety standards to follow. And if there are any faulty products, consumers are allowed to refund and request for repair. So this is the third one. And the last one, in Taiwan, they have a system called group complaint, 团体诉讼, group complaint. So if there are more than 20 complaints on the same issues, they are allowed to lodge a group complaint, and this is free. So from that, the association or the government will take action lah. Group complaints. Yeah. So this is what Director Huang generally discussed just now. Okay.
Yes.
Back to you,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Umi.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for Hong for
Thank
the
you.
translations and also Mrs. Huang. I would like to invite Prof. Dr. Rosida Musa.
Okay. Hi, Director Huang. I'm Rosida. Okay, maybe because of we have time constraint here, I would probably want to know, give you only one questions. Okay, so as I go through your slide, I see that you have your Taiwan Consumer Protection Association have a mission to protecting consumer right and promoting consumer education. So I would like to know what program that you have done in Taiwan to promote consumer education?
Mr. 洪，我大
Okay.
概可以
Yeah.
请教一下，我理解的是，他问我宣导的一些节目吗？就是 part
对，就关于这个消费者权益维护的这个事
活
情上
动吗？
对，有没有一些活动在台湾有在实行着的？
对不起，Sorry，I'm confused your question。我们台湾是我们目前所做的 program， 包含我们每一年固定会做的第一个是世界消费者日，就是配合 CI， 每一年它都会有一个主题，我们每一年都会配合 CI 去推广这个消费者权益，我们会办一个大型的活动类似园游会的方式，吸引消费者到现场来做有奖征答、闯关游戏，还有一些活动表演的互动，让消费者可以了解消费者的一些法令，还有第二个是我们每一年一定都会到全台湾的校园去做演讲，去宣导当年的当然配合 CI 的主题之外，每一年我们都会去校园告诉学生最新的相关的法令修改的部分，包含像学生最常会用到的网际网络课程，就线上课程，他们使用或者还有就是他们线上购物。还有我们台湾目前最多学生最严重的困扰就是分期付款，就是他们学生可以用信用贷款的方式去买东西，但学生并不知道那个是贷款。这个是我们每一年宣导的重点尤其是最近几年它很严重。那第三个就是我们会到老人活动中心，各个地区的老人活动中心，我们会主动询问他们有没有时间可以安排出来，让我们去跟他们做这样子的宣导。那老人宣导的那个方向就会跟学生不大一样，因为老人家他可能他们的花费方向或者是区块不同，我们老人家的宣导会着重在不要受到诈骗尤其是投资很大的金额的那个部分。这是每一年我们都会做的固定的这个 program。那还有第四个是我们不定期的会举办论坛，根据不同的主题，例如我们曾经办过的金融论坛，我们在疫情之前也有办过旅游的论坛，然后那个时候我们也有邀请各个国家来参加，但是很可惜的是，办完之后疫情就发生了。所以我们去年有办的是住宅的论坛，就是我们会邀请政府的官员，会邀请学校的专家、教授，然后各界的专家，像建筑师以及消费者类似像这样子，但是我们是在现场让专家有不同的主题，然后我们来对谈，让消费者提出他们的疑问，甚至于是建议，就是他可能想要建议政府有什么更好的做法，那我们会收集以后，然后反馈给那个政府的部分。那最后第五项就是我们每年一定会去做的事情是，我们会去做调查，就我们会去做一些食品卫生的调查，去弥补政府的不足，因为政府可能他们在每一个项目，其实他们也都会有例行的检查嘛，但是他不大可能 全方面的都照顾到，那我们会去挑选可能他们会忽略的地方去做补强的调查，例如夜市，好，就晚上的这个市场的一个部分，因为晚上开的店，那因为台湾的夜市很有名，很多来台观光的人会过去，所以我们会针对可能会漏掉的部分去做食品安全的抽验，去帮助消费者把关这个食品安全的部分，这个是我们每一年都会做的事情。以上，还有。
Alright. OK，好，谢谢黄女士。OK，Prof Rosida, do you need a translation? Because yeah, for my knowledge, the Zoom meeting has a translation service. Do you still need just a very quick and brief translation?
No need.
No need. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I think, do we have any questions from our participant today so that I can voice out to our speaker? Do we have any? Okay, so all right. So I think that's all, Hong, for our first session. Without further delay, thank you so much for Mrs. Huang for the very insightful presentation today, and then the way how you're sharing the experience based on example that have been happened in Taiwan. Very informative for all of us here in Malaysia. I'm so happy to see you, and I really hope that we will have more collaboration in future. So thank you, Mr. Huang.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Rosida Musa. Okay, so now without further delay, I would like to invite our second guest speaker for our today's session. Kindly invited Prof. Alka Digra from Chandigarh University, Punjab, India. You are kindly invited.
Yeah, very good morning
Prof?
from India.
Okay, all right.
I hope I am audible.
Yes, Prof, we can hear you. You may proceed with the presentation.
Okay, so shall I share the screen?
Yes. Can you share your slide?
Yeah.
Done.
Okay, Prof. We can see your slide. We already appoint you as a co-host so that you can click and sharing your slide with all of us today. Can you share your screen?
Yeah, I'm trying.
Okay, all right.
Give me a moment.
Okay. Prof, can you change your change turn to slideshow? Okay, okay, that's good. All right. Prof, if you're ready, you may start now.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, yes, yes. We're already able to view your screen. Thank you, Prof.
Okay, very good
Okay,
morning
all
to
right.
everyone from India. I'm Professor Alka Dhingra, representing India from Chandigarh University, Punjab, wherein thank you for first of all giving me an opportunity to represent this particular forum for where I can utilize my knowledge and research part in consumer well-being and how the consumer are being efficient, working and getting the deliveries from Indian perspective. So what are the challenges or how are the policies working in India will be representing today. So without taking further ado, since I have been associated with academia and industry both, so I could give the overall perspective, not related to only the academic part, but also as how the industry and as a society as a whole, we are contributing to consumer well-being. So consumer well-being, if I talk about, it's basically how we refer to overall quality of life of a person who is basically experiencing all kind of services from goods and services which we are producing on a day-to-day basis. We are keeping majorly in the part like how we are giving access to essential goods and services, financial stability, safety, healthy and living environment, and making more informed decisions while taking, you can say, a financial security, or we can say about, how they can enjoy a good standard of living. So, what is a consumer well-being? It's basically how we make an essential goods and services encompass for the consumer, where they could have, strong consumer market. We make them ensure that there should be an economic growth and social stability with overall well-being of a nation. So, if I talk about India's complex consumer landscape, it's majorly working into certain key dimensions. So the key dimensions are access to goods and services, their financial stability, health and safety, and informed choices. So whatever the choices the consumer are making today, it's not only that they are only working upon, that is only working upon that what they basically need. We make them ensure as an industry or as an economy as a whole that these are the choices which are available and they can make an informed decision related to that. So the consumer well-being in India, it's most important for the economic development. Even it impacts our consumption and GDP growth. We stimulate market demand and particularly working upon job creation, because unemployment is one of the factor which we have seen that it's not only with the developing economy, it's being there due to certain kind of any external factor impacted, it basically directly hit the markets. So when I talk about market demand and job creation, it basically comes when we have a idea about consumer well-being in India. So it includes majorly we encourage financial inclusion and poverty reduction. The financial inclusion is one of the tool in sustainable development goals, wherein basically it shows that India boosts a rapidly growing middle class with diverse needs and aspirations. But is everyone is inclusive? So first of all, for making consumer well-being in India, we always encourage financial inclusion. If every person is inclusive, feel inclusive in the sense that they are having access of all kind of financial stability, how to get into the markets, how to make certain kind of a payments which are secured in a day. That is majorly a part of consumer well-being in India. And yes, by this is the main importance part that we have to focus upon poverty reduction. So poverty reduction basically can come with country experience where we have income disparities. We have a large rural population compared to urban areas. So to enhance that, we do focus upon poverty reduction by raising the by raising the income standard and reducing the income disparities and giving all kind of skill and knowledge to the persons who are in rural areas. We make certain kind of awareness programs which is related to financial inclusion, which is related to consumer well-being, which is helping them to enter into a market where they can help themselves to raise their standards with giving an opportunity to represent what they have in inner self. We give them a platform where they basically work on, let's take an example. If an artisan is there, so we have an opportunity to bring a woman entrepreneur or an artisan to come on forward by providing certain support from our Indian policies, from our Indian government, from our Indian certain NGOs are there, private organizations are there. We do have government policy where we fund these kind of people, where we fund their ideas and put their ideas into a bucket and present. So it overall reduces the rural population income disparity as comparative to urban areas. As you can see in this particular presentation, the consumer spending trend is basically keep on increasing from 2010 to 2025. But this growth is basically possible because of fintech adoption growth. So we do have UPI transactions, we do have digital wallets to improvise consumer well-being in India. Because we can see that even if we have to impact, during pandemic, consumer behavior got impacted. In a world, every person got impacted. But by digital adoption and, by reshaping these spending patterns, it basically enhanced our overall growth. You can see in the statistics that we do have consumer landscape. So we have a different countries' consumer landscape, majorly focusing upon certain areas which are key demographics. We are talking about population. In India, we do have over 1.4 billion population with a significant youth demographic, over 50% under age 30. And their income level is expanding middle class with rising disposable incomes. So if I talk about urban growth, it is basically 35% of living in urban areas as expected to increase. But growth of middle income and spending trends are projected by 600 million in 2030 as per Indian middle class, and increasing expenditure majorly on lifestyle goods, healthcare, and leisure. So we are shifting saving oriented to consumption driven spending patterns. The major role on this is your role of digital transformation. So this is all about consumer landscape, where we can talk about e-commerce boom, we are talking about fintech growth. All these will be relating to this one consumer landscape. Now, there are certain challenges when we talk about consumer well-being. It's not only about that we are thinking about certain spending trends, or we are talking about e-commerce sector or adoption of the growth. We are also facing certain kind of statistical challenges. The major challenges, if I talk about, is economic pressure. We do have key challenges in well-being in India, that is rising cost of living, inflation, income equality, healthcare access, mental health issues, digital divide, climate impact on food. So all these things are divided into major part is like economic pressure. So if I talk about economic pressure, that is rising cost of living, escalating prices of essential commodities, housing, and education. It strain household budgets these days, and especially for low and middle income families. But if I talk about inflation, yes, persistent inflation also reducing our purchasing power. But income inequality, urban, rural, and rural areas are there, which is limiting our equitable access. So even though we are working through the policies, even though we are recommending certain government policies, certain great help through partnerships and from your industry and NGOs, but at the end, there are certain key challenges which is faced by consumer well-being in India. If the major next is basically healthcare concerns. So if healthcare is basically talking about, we are majorly having issues in mental health issues where there is a lot of work pressure, urbanization and socio-economic disparities. It contributes a lot of anxiety, depression and stress, and it make overall even healthcare costs in India remain high as comparative. If I talk about the quality of medical facilities and trained professionals as comparative to other countries, we do have a challenge about digital divide. So we have unequal access to technology. If I talk about unequal access, then yes, while urban India embraces a smartphone and high speed internet, but rural areas are still into connectivity gaps. We are limiting ourselves to access to e-commerce, but again, we do have issues. We want people to give online education, we want to enhance these financial services, but at the end all these things are impacted. So next is your climate change, which is a part of your environmental sustainability, which is a key challenge again. So key challenge in environmental sustainability, if I talk about, yes, extreme weather patterns. Sometimes it's floods, sometimes it's drought, sometimes it's agriculture production issues. It affected our food security. It affected overall food prices in India. So sustainability challenges are impacting the well-being of health and economic stability of a consumer. Now, if I talk about statistics and challenge, it's representing here that in 2024, we do have, India's headline inflation rate measured by CPI 5.5% and decreased from 6.2 over 2020. If I talk about the main statistical challenge, which is there about digital divide, the digital divide is basically, as of now, if I give you current statistics of 2025, India digital population reached over 800 million users, with more than half actively using social media platforms. And we are expanding our digital user base, but disparities in internet connectivity, digital literacy, all these persist in rural areas. So if these challenges are being, cope up, that would be a great thing which we can come together in a platform and working in these particular areas. We are working upon how we can make, detailed, working where we can reduce income inequalities and work upon detailed demographics in India, and we can work upon completely managing the mental health issues of a person as a whole. So there are certain factors, inflation and consumer resilience. If I talk about consumer resilience or rising cost, consumer adaptation, government intervention, yes, we do have, as per statistics, if I talk about Indian internet penetration rate, we are talking about that we are, going for a lot of digital divide, but at the end, there are issues or there are things which are impacting, right? Like we do have economic factors, inflation, we do have consumer adaptation. Persons who are buying certain kind of a product is basically able to, whether they are able to utilize digital financial tools to manage their finance, or it's just we are basically showing that yes, we are inclusive, but at the end the rural area of in India is still having less penetration rate as comparative to urban penetration rate. So these are the opportunities, digital empowerment and opportunities which has been given by India. India has witnessed rapid adoption of digital payments through UPI, Unified Payments Interface. This slide basically shown that yes, we have a lot of best e-wallets app in India. We do have Paytm, we do have PhonePe, we do have one of the largest bank, Yono, SBI, which is basically creating this particular, best wallet and reaching to the local vendors also. So ultimately, digital population in India 2025 is basically because of the Digital India initiative, which is taken by the government and increasing internet penetration over the recent years. So our country is now digital population surging to 806 million active users by February 2025. More than half of were also active on social media users. So we can see that if I talk about there in by 2007, there was an arrival of one of the example that was, I would like to mark here. We have a wonderful and the best company, which is known as Reliance. So Reliance Jio is introduced in 2007, and it provided people in country with the schemes and subsidies, which were not only attractive, but also easily affordable, irrespective of their income levels, socioeconomic classes, and impact was, about 60% of the mobile data traffic coming from Geo is less than 10 years of its launch. So if I talk about the future holds a great promise, because unlike all these kind of digital India schemes, we do have broadband services, we do have a wonderful industry backup where till now our total digital growth is working more than in rural areas for 88 million users, which is accounting 55% of the country's total internet population. That is under rural internet areas, and around 400 million users making up 45% of total internet population in urban internet users, which figure these highlighting that now we are leading in internet usage. So we do have wonderful Amazon site like e-commerce sites like Amazon. We do have Snapdeal, Jabong, Myntra. All these are not accessible to India but all worldwide. But yes, the customers, reflecting into all these effect can enhance e-commerce, fintech, and innovation in digital banking offers wonderful avenues for financial inclusion. But yes, we do have a crucial impact, which is cybersecurity and data privacy concerns. So this is also one of the part of the consumer well-being. So if I'm talking about consumer well-being, it's not only to making them inclusive only, to giving them an opportunities to provide new innovations and new services, but to protect their well-being through the risk like data privacy concerns. There are frauds which are happening, which shake the consumer trust and safety. So to enhance all these things, we are working upon certain major areas where we can creating awareness through cybersecurity forums. There are certain NGOs, there are industries. We as an academic institution also take an initiative by mentoring people and by taking, certain our youth, our students are also involved into these kind of activities where we enhance the knowledge of every vendor, every rural person, every urban person, what are the threats which are being there and how they can protect themselves from these kinds of frauds. Because ultimately we are talking about consumer well-being, and yes, we are digitally transformation ourselves, but these impact are more powerful and has to be taken care for the consumer well-being in India. Now you can see in my next slide, when I talk about digital transformation and consumer well-being in India, India's digital landscape has undergone a significant transformation, profoundly impacting consumer well-being. So there are growth of e-commerce payments. You can see that if I talk about only this Indian, as per Indian perspective, the sales through e-commerce platform has been risen from 2004 to 2025. And if I talk about the UPI transactions are also, increasing over the calendar of years. But the thing is, we need to understand that India's e-commerce sector is projected to reach more than, 7,591.94 billion by 2025 as per the Forbes report. And if I talk about digital payment surge, yes, by 2024, we had 78 billion transactions, and which is an overall increase about 52% from the past years. So now if I talk about digital transformation of well-being in India, we need to understand the challenges which we are facing in digital transformation. We always talk about growth. Yes, we are growing. We are growing our e-commerce platforms. We are growing digitally. We are connecting world through one platform. But there are certain challenges. There are cybersecurity risks which are associated with consumer well-being. We are working upon digital. There are certain there are increase in cyber threats. There are like data breaches are there, phishing scams are there. There are data privacy concerns related to how to protect the robust data protection measures, which measures basically we need to take. So we do have Indian government schemes which are basically working upon these areas. We do have digital scams also, the fraudulent activities which are going around. So to cover up all these challenges, we must provide, first of all, awareness among the persons. A mindset is required, the resilience is required. So that's not only we are talking about only, the consumer rights are there, but we need to understand that financial inclusion and access to online education can help us to make more learning opportunities. We can see that there is a rise in future of e-commerce in India. We can see this slide. There are digital transactions which are improving and enhancing. We can see there are a lot of digital wallets which are basically being introduced. But are we really connected with the consumer well-being? Yes, we do have. Our government has initiated certain kind of roles related to support of well-being in India. Like we have government progress, in the sense government initiatives. We have a program like Digital India. We have collaborative effort for consumer well-being, Jan Dhan Yojana, and various healthcare programs aim to improve consumer access and well-being. Now, if I talk about government programs, we do have National Action Plan for Consumer Awareness. So it was initiated by Department of Consumer Affairs, and this plan focuses on educating consumers about their rights and promoting informed decision making. We do have food fortification initiatives also under government scheme, where Food Safety and Standards Authority of India has launched programs to fortify staple foods, addressing nutritional deficiencies among the population. We do have programs like Jago Grahak Jago. So this is related to how we can contribute to overall well-being of a person through this policy by making certain kind of informed decisions so that nobody can make a fraud with the person. Like if a Jago Grahak Jago was like a wake up consumer wake up, is a consumer awareness program launched in 2005 by the Ministry of Consumer Government of India. And under the scheme, we have various channels were created to spread awareness about consumer rights, to put up an end to malpractices by merchants. So we are looking into these kind of that there are certain good quality products are being delivered. So under the scheme, consumer forum was established and consumer court was created to handle consumer cases. At the consumer forum, we basically take complaints and receive the proceedings over the case and are carried out in Indian courts. By providing helpline numbers, Jago Grahak Jago achieved mass popularity and quick to end out note for the consumers. We are benefited, all the consumer got benefited because it halts to illegal practices. It has reduced the number of malpractices carried out in the market. There are fixed rate of products. You cannot hamper the product rate, and there no merchant can change a consumer more than a maximum retail price. There is right to bargain. consumer right to bargain is ensured through this. Even we do have a thing that a consumer can file a complaint. Consumer can complain about good or services through various modes like National Consumer Helpline, lodging a complaint online, or approaching directly to National or Digital Consumer Forum. So this is one of the example which is basically taken care in consumer well-being of India. Now, if I talk about private sector contributions, yeah, we do have fintech innovations, we do have CSR initiatives, corporate social responsibility initiatives play a crucial role in consumer education and financial literacy. If I take an example here, we have CSR, Consumer Social Responsibility Mandate, as under the Companies Act 2013, businesses meeting certain criteria are required to allocate a portion of their profits to CSR activities, focusing on the well-being of education, healthcare, and environmental sustainability. There is sector-wise CSR, corporate social responsibility allocation. In recent years, companies have directed significant CSR funds towards education, healthcare, and rural development, reflecting a commitment to holistic community development. The best example which I can quote here is Tata. So we have a company like Tata where they could invest maximum of their funds and the profits, complete profits, into CSR activities. We do have mandate for all the organizations, but this is the one of the best organization in India that if anybody want to grow in their own world, in their own way and represent their ideas, normal men also can go ahead and ask for CSR funding because they provide opportunity platform not only to the institutional investors or not only the person who already looking out for funds for big proposal, but to a small vendor as well. So this is a huge contribution if I talk about digital transformation and the collaborative efforts which are being taken care by private sector contributions. There are certain things which we are taking care here as like role of NGOs. So we do have role of NGO in consumer advocacy and education. So Consumer Education and Research Center, this NGO works towards consumer protection by conducting research, spending awareness, and advocating for consumer rights. We have CUTS International, where we engage policy, advocacy, and capacity building initiatives to empower and consumers are ensuring for fair market prices. So this is basically our government initiatives which has been taken care by, like we do have another initiatives, not only the 2 or 3, but there are ample of initiatives. The major one is like Make in India, Skill India, Startup India. We do have Mudra Yojana. We do have Digital India. We have organizations like Smart City projects. So we are working upon these kind of areas where we are contributing much, not only for the development of economy, but also the main thing, our economy can only develop when we have a lot of collaborative efforts for consumer well-being. So I would like to highlight here, there are certain sector-wise CSR spending, which I have told you, by private sectors. As per the statistics, we are having around more than $250 billion invested by Indian companies for CSR expenditure. In education sector, it is almost $85 billion are being spending through CSR. Healthcare by private sector efforts, it's $70 billion. Rural development, $45 billion. Environmental sustainability, $30 million. There are state-wise CSR spending also, like Maharashtra, $50 million. Karnataka, $35 billion, Gujarat, $30 million, Tamil Nadu, $25 billion, and overall, if I talk about $110 billion. So all these are making, a different kind of an impact, that not only government is basically creating certain kind of a projects or making schemes to make people more inclusive and reducing in poverty, but it is a collaborative effort by government, private sector, and even NGOs. Being representing by Chandigarh University, we are also always taking our initiative. Our Honorable Chancellor, Sir Shri Satnam Singh Sandhuji, is always having a vision to improvise these kind of policies. They are working upon these areas and help students, youth, public to grow in a vision which overall contributing the consumer well-being in India. Even we are having certain kind of NGOs which are helping people to grow, to maintain their dignified standard of living through these kind of platforms. Now, there are certain recommendations if I talk about how we can basically go ahead with consumer well-being. So majorly, we need to focus upon strengthen the social safety nets and financial assistance program. We are working upon more than work in area where we need to focus upon skill development, employment opportunities, and promote self-sufficiency and reducing long-term dependency on aid. That's fine that we are working upon certain projects which are basically working through, given through CSR. There are certain people who are working through NGO initiatives, through government schemes, but one should make themselves so self-sustainable that even if the beginning years we are getting certain funds, but at the end, we should make our self-sustainable, and that could be only possible through certain kind of well-being which we are focusing upon consumer. Now, if I talk about overall to how we can create this kind of things as a global, we need to promote digital literacy, and we need to focus upon cyber security awareness. As we are implementing nationwide digital literacy campaigns focusing on safe internet practices and cybersecurity awareness, we need to collaborate with technology. We need to make them understand about user-friendly security tools and resources, and dissemination of information about emerging cyber threats and protective measures. So this is the main important thing which we could able to focus upon when we talk about consumer well-being, and we need to make them more self-sustainable. Now, if I talk about strengthening of social safety nets and financial assistance program, which is mentioned in the first point, current coverage, as if I talk about, it's more than 93.25% of India population participated in social safety net programs, including cash transfers and in-kind food assistance. We do have recent initiatives in September 2024, like Indian government expanded its healthcare program to provide annual medical insurance coverage of rupees 5 lakh for approximately 56,000 citizens aged 70 and above, and benefited additional 60 million people. So expanded coverage, enhanced benefits, and promote self-sufficiency. We could say that, yes, these recommendations from Indian well-being are most important, and we need to work upon the same. Now, if I talk about promote digital literacy and security awareness, digital adoption by 2023, if I talk about, India has 936 million internet subscribers, which reflect Indian digital integration. And we do have rise in digital usage accompanied by increase in cyber attacks, which is escalating from 2015. If I talk about, it was just 50,000, by the time we reached in 2022 or reaching 2025, it's more than 2 lakh. So we can see here there's a huge market of awareness which is basically untapped. We could work upon these areas for the well-being of the consumers. And it's not only the issue with India, it is an issue. A cybersecurity awareness is actually is not as much as it has to be there in a global way. Now, the next part is encourage sustainable consumption and environmental responsibility. So if I talk about environmental responsibility, major impact about environment, this rapidly industrialization and consumerism have led environmental challenges and including pollution and resource depletion. So there must certain awareness programs which impact environment as a whole. So we should promote eco-friendly products. There should be initiative in sustainability. We do have, these days offering plates where in which we eat food. It's made up of leaf only, pure leaf, which is basically taken through a tree, directly clean it off and serving food on that particular leaf. So there is no usage of plastics, there is nothing which it, and that is being recycled. But again, for making this particular thing, we need to make environment more sustainable. We are planting more trees so that in coming time, it's not only that we are looking out this sustainability in this era. By 2030, we are working upon sustainable development goals to be achieved by 2030. But now our perspective is till 2070, how our next generation should be more environmental responsible. So we offer certain kind of tax benefits and subsidies also for businesses who are adopting green practices and producing sustainable goods. I would like to quote an example here that here in India now the buildings are known as green buildings. They are certified by World Bank or there are certifying agencies like GRIHA. All these are using renewable energy, solar energy, and building, people, those who are living in their homes are also using these kind of energy to live in. So this is helping us to making a sustainable renewable energy, sustainable solar programs, and make incentivize those areas or those industries also, so that we should promote these green practices in our day-to-day life as well. So there are regulatory measures as such. Regulatory measures means they are implementing stricter regulations on waste management and emissions to encourage corporate responsibility. Now, next is your enhanced consumer protection laws and enforcement. Consumer protection laws and enforcement is working upon strengthening institutions. If I talk about, there is a legal framework, the Consumer Protection Act 2019. They have introduced significant reforms, but effective enforcement and remains a challenge. So we do have strengthening institutions like consumer courts, regulatory bodies, which work upon adequate resources and authorities. They simplify the complaint processes. We develop user-friendly platforms for consumers to report grievances and track resolutions. Regular monitoring, conducting of periodic reviews of consumer protection laws to address emerging market trends and challenges. So we do have a roadmap of improving consumer well-being by these initiatives in the target timelines. So we do have roadmap in the sense that, yes, we have a roadmap starting from 2000 to 2025 to 2028 as well. 25 roadmap, we are working upon digital literacy. We are enhancing financial assistance programs, but we do on 2026, India has a roadmap to encourage sustainable consumption and income, majorly working upon increasing cybersecurity awareness. That is a roadmap for next year. And if I talk about a roadmap for 2027, we are enhancing consumer protection laws. We are strengthening on environmental policies. And by 2028, we are simplifying the complaint mechanisms as well, which is a bit complex for rural India or rural person to make it an impactful study. Now, if I talk about, as per my research, I do have a case study where I would like to highlight one point, that we do have one NGO, which is known as, Inclusion and Social Harmony with Attitude Reconstruction. This is known as Ishwar NGO, and having an impact on underprivileged children in India. So this NGO is dedicated organization committed to transforming the lives of underprivileged and special children in India by providing education, healthcare, and vocational training. Holistic approach about this NGO is, it is addressing the faced by these children, like aiming to break the cycle of poverty and empower them for better future. This was being, particularly if I talk about majorly this organization we do have in New Delhi, and making people more to promote more social inclusion by providing equal opportunities and support to underprivileged and specially abled individuals. Their mission is to uplift marginalized children. They are focusing upon educational support like scholarships, tutoring, learning materials, so that they should not feel any interruption in education. They provide regular medical checkups, vaccinations, and do healthcare awareness programs. They have vocational training for children and practicing skills so that they could become self-resilience and self-reliance and enhance employability. There are few success stories which I would like to highlight here. There are certain beneficiaries which is being taken care by this. There are a lot of NGOs, there are a lot of government initiatives, there are a lot of private organizations who are working the same. But this, I would like to take up an example here, that there is one, person who achieved, almost 93% in the exam, who was not even, able to think that education support can be provided or not. So because of this NGO, there are person who are come to kids who are just a family of casual workers. They excelled themselves academically in extracurricular activities and nurturing environment. One of the case that there are many people who have lost their families in COVID-19. So this kind of intervention by these kind of NGOs demonstrate resilience and amidst adversity, and to give them a great help to these underprivileged people. Now, the major impact, why I am basically focusing upon this kind of example or a case study, because if I need to talk about financial inclusion, one of the parameter is increased school enrollment, improved health matrices, skill development. If we are providing, every person is not able to take protein even on a daily basis properly. Nobody can have a glass of milk on a daily basis properly. So these minute things, number of students who are enrolling themselves in a school is gradually started increasing because of collaborative efforts. So holistic approach of India as a whole, we need to give access to education, we need to give access to health, skills, development for the consumer well-being. Consumer well-being is not only by framing the policies or writing down the framework or applying through certain regulatories, but we need to come on a way, global way. We need to make a partnership that yes, we should engage a community engagement so that we ensure sustainability in a broader impact. And yes, these kind of personalized tailoring programs help every person or every underprivileged children to have a brighter future, because these children are only our next youth or next leaders of our country and a global way. We do have wonderful government initiative like National Consumer Day. We celebrate this National Consumer Day on 24th of December 2000 every time, where we take this particular pledge that we have to assert our rights and spread awareness among other consumers. We do make certain kind of well-being programs where we can initiate persons like mental health, consumer well-being is one of the things where we could talk about the mental health awareness programs, that how a person can basically contribute to overall economy by just providing an awareness program. So now, if going further with my conclusion part, we do have wonderful government initiatives. We do have global well index component. So I identify that India is leading in global well-being index components. If I talk about India, Mexico, Vietnam, China, Brazil, Indonesia, all these are, India is leading with 84% and above, where people are saying that I'm typically happy, healthy, and I am financially secure. So we do have 80% of the people index, which is saying that consumer being the king of the market, we do have the responsibility to make them aware. We must understand the needs of the consumer and fulfill those. Being into competitive world, it's very hard to survive and to serve the master and the consumer in a way. But at the end, we need to understand that yes, there are demand and supply factors which impacting our purchasing power, but there is a open competition in the market, but we are working upon consumer well-being policies in a collaborative way. So is there any question? I think I wind up, but I had a lot of material to say, but by looking out the timing, if you insist, I will go ahead with further discussion.
Okay, Prof. I will assist you for this session. So thank you so much for our distinguished speakers for the insightful presentation just now. So I would like to invite Prof. Dr. Rosida to lead our discussion session. Prof, your mic.
Hi.
Okay, all right. Okay, proceed, Prof.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Hi, Prof. Aka. Okay, so what I can see now, when you done with your presentation, I see that Indian consumers already given a lot of opportunities to improve their well-being and supported by the government and private sector. Okay, and there are a lot of programs for the well-being of the consumers. Okay, uh, but I just want to know a little bit about in India. What are the consumer associations that are very active? What's the name of the association about the consumers movement and so on? Do you have any specific organization that actually very active for the consumer well-being? Prof?
Prof. Alka, you get the question from Prof.
So thank
Dr.
you for the
Rosida?
question. Yeah, thank you for the question. So yeah, we do have an active organization, as I told you, that is Jago Grahak Jago. This is an awareness program which is basically taken care by persons who are working upon these areas. We do have wonderful initiatives which is basically taken care by India. It's there are a lot of schemes, there are a lot of initiatives. As I told you, we do have If I talk about who is taking care about cyber threats, it's Indian Computer Emergency Response Team. We do have that, which is basically taken care of these threats. And we are, harmonizing these kind of organizations in the sense who promote financial inclusions. We have Consumer Protection Act. So there is a law basically which is framed, and under those laws, there are a lot of schemes which are there, and that is being monitored by government.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Beside the first question, my second question is that in your slide or your presentation, you have talked a lot about digital literacy, okay? And yet you also did mention about financial inclusions. It's just for our knowledge, okay? So do in India, government or any private sector introduce financial literacy program? Because today, and you know that, especially the Gen Z and the millennials, okay, even in Malaysia, we be reported that there are young people that have to be declared bankrupts because of their spending. They are spending more than what they earn. Beside that, because the usage of credit cards, okay, and also because the trend of fear of missing out, meaning that they want to be seen in this restaurant, they want to be seen wearing these brands and so on, but yet they can't afford it. And today also, from my observation, I can see that the shopping platform also provide like buy now, pay later, or pay by installment and things like that. So do the Indian government or any private sector have some what we call it uh, support, okay, for this type of group of generation that have problem or trapped in the financial problems?
Yeah, so we do have a lot of government initiatives like Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana. It's not only the companies. First of all, our main, regulators. If I talk about the one regulatory body which is leading all banks in India, it's Reserve Bank of India. Reserve Bank of India make compulsion to all banks to create these kind of financial inclusion or financial literacy programs. So they conduct electronic banking awareness and training programs. This is initiative taken by RBI. They have taken one initiative as Digital Sansad. So the financial literacy awareness is compulsory with all the banks in India to promote in all the, we do have financial literacy week as well, right? We do have schemes which you are asking me, like which how they basically make more themselves with these kind of you know s- uh, how we can inculcate. So we have like Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana or Ayushman Bharat. This is the world largest health insurance scheme covering over 500 million people. We have Jan Dhan Yojana, who is having ensuring that banking access to 450 million people who are unbanked citizens. We are providing Ujjwala Yojana. This is subsidized LPG connection to million of low income households. We have Digital Indian Mission, which aimed at making government services electronically accessible to Indian citizens and boosting digital literacy. And digital literacy is not only mandate to done through banks, but now the Indian private industry also working upon that. We have certain non-profit organization like NASCOM that is also working upon these areas, right? So a lot of we are focusing on digital literacy through workshops, through cybersecurity awareness programs, by taking robust initiatives in so that we can promote sustainable consumption among Indian consumers.
Okay, Prof. It's interesting to know that your Consumer National Day is on 24th of December. That is day before Christmas. What is it? Any special reason for that?
As such, if I talk about consumer day, when we talk about consumer day is being celebrated on 24th every year. This was enactment which was happened in 1986, and that was passed by our president of India. And as such, it's not having any relation with that the next day is a Christmas basically, but this is basically celebrated way back, not introduces now. It's been introduced in 1986, 24 December 1986. So majorly, we celebrate World Consumer Day on 15th of March. But our theme for this time, Consumer Day, is majorly transition the sustainable lifestyles. And when we talk about Consumer Day is not only to make as a celebration, just to highlight the day, but we are talking about, this day is celebrated so that we can aware the consumer that they are not being exploited more. We do have a regulation act which protect consumer for exploitation, unfair trade practices, defective goods, or any kind of deficiency in services. So it empower consumer and ensure that they can hold businesses accountable for their practices. And various organizations and activists are basically working to bring this law into existence. And by 2019, we could able to manage this into a proper framework laws, where now e-filing, consumer complaints through e-commerce platforms, all are actually being taken care, and making a person understand or consumer understand that every consumer has right to security, right to information, right to choose, right to have say, right to grievance and redressal, and right to education of consumer rights. So this is why we celebrated National Consumer Day.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Okay, so and my last questions. Okay, because today most of us are doing, majority of us are doing home shopping or online shopping. Okay, so is there any specific issue in India? Okay, when the consumers are doing online shopping.
Yeah, we do part feel certain kind of challenges. If I talk about its major challenges is related to logistics, delivery logistics. So we talk about shopping in India, right? Person are majorly concerned about product quality. Even though we do have wonderful vendors, local vendors, wonderful artisans, skilled persons, you know, and when we talk about competitive world through online shopping, everything is over global platform at one pace. So the challenge which a consumer in India is basically facing, one is logistic challenge. Second, as I told you that we are digitally very strong, but still there is very poor internet connectivity in rural areas. This is a concern about majorly rural areas. But overall issue I could talk about is product quality or the lack of trust on online sellers. We do have a lot of platforms, but the authenticity of sellers which are there on the online platform is impacting our consumer buying behavior. Now you can see there is a transition in Indian buying. Now people are going, and why we have creating this platform which is known as Make in India. People are going for major thing like what has been produced here should be consumed here, right? They want to connect globally, but problem is basically that they are facing, and issues are the there are certain product quality issues. Sometimes there is complex return policies, and majorly if I talk about certain times verification issues. So these are the nominal ones, but misrepresentation of goods are facing by them, counterfeiting of goods. So we are susceptible about, these are products which are being displayed, but there are certain unreliable sellers. So I could not say that whole e-commerce industry is impacting because of these issues, but at the end, these are the small issues. If I talk about Indian, context, that if I talk about now, people are representing themselves majorly having a transition to green products. They are more focusing upon, you know, if I talk about majorly, change in the majority of consumer. We are 51% of the population is majorly working upon e-retail sector. They're working upon, sites, in the sense that yes, we want to create a retail markets landscape, and there are emerging trends through online. We are majorly focusing upon modern retails, but after the pandemic, major e-retail adoption was being there, right? So after COVID-19, so we got mature markets like US and China, which are upticking the retail penetration. But there are certain challenges, like we are facing that, in the sense that customer wallet is being eroded by the sentiments. So that sentiment is basically being untouched. So online shopping, we can say that it's a wonderful shopping platforms. We are growing by 25 to 30% in historic growth rate in online shopping, from 57 to 60 billion dollars by 2023 ahead. We do have wonderful diverse consumer micro segments, but at the end, the sentiment markets are impacting because of these online shopping. So we do have challenges which we can want to overcome, but emotional impact, the resilient part, taking into the, changing into like fast fashion, or they are more majorly focused upon profitability and monetization. The consumer well-being is being impacted, because we are providing certain platform, for taking the schemes. Like we do have Alibaba like platform, we do have Amazon like platform, we do have now digital transformation, generative AI, which we are using these days. But at the end, can these technology and tools can impact their sentiments, can impact their trust? Yeah, so the trust factor is being a bit shaking because of these kind of issues, like in delivery, logistics, and if I talk about majorly about the quality of the product, and sometimes the sellers which are not verified on e-commerce platforms. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof, for giving us your very insightful, informative, and comprehensive answer to my questions. For now, I would like to open to participants if they have any questions. Okay, that probably Umi can help. Okay, maybe yeah.
Okay, Prof. Okay, thank you, Prof, for the discussion session for our second speaker for today. We actually have a very time constraint because in Malaysia currently this is our lunchtime break. So I able to choose only one question from our participant. So, from Dr. Hanifa Abdul Hamid, Prof. Alka, from your perspective, how effective are Indian law like the Information Technology Act 2000 in protecting consumer from cyber fraud? You only have 1 minute, Prof, to respond to this question.
Can you
And
please
then
repeat
I
the-
would like to ask you for conclusion, for overall discussion. Okay, Prof,
I just
thank you.
want, can you please repeat the question?
Okay, repeat. Okay. From your perspective, how effective are Indian law like the Information Technology Act 2000 in protecting consumers from cyber fraud? 1 minute, Prof.
Okay, so
Okay,
cyber
proceed.
frauds are, so the cyber frauds are basically, we do have, as I told you, we do have certain agencies and we do have, national intervention, in the sense that where we could create, there are certain kind of policies which are being recommended by India. So we are working upon, as per IT Act 2000, there are certain amendments in Indian Penal Code in 2008, where we are taking cyber crime as a, very strict particular kind of exercise. So mission of India is national cyber security, which is being written in policy in 2013, and it is to protect information and infrastructure in cyberspace and build capabilities to prevent and respond to cyber threats. So at the end, I could say here, by as the time is short, I could say here that this kind of Information Technology IT Act 2000 is working upon area, and we do have one Digital India Act, which I would like to highlight here. It is again updated in our cyber law, where we have replaced Information Technology Act 2000 IT Act. So Digital India Act is proposed in law that aims to update the country's cyber laws and regulations, and working upon, these areas are mandate, and there are pillars which are being decided by Digital India, where we could have 9 pillars, in a sense: broadband highways, universal access to mobile connectivity, public internet. So all these and many more, which are producing Digital India program launched by Prime Minister, our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, who has launched Digital India program on 1st July 2015, and envisioned as an ambitious umbrella program to transform India into a digital empowered society and knowledge economy. I hope I could able to answer that particular impact.
Okay. So we have another request to answer the question. Prof, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So you able to respond for our second question, Prof?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, wait here. I assist you. Okay, hi Prof. Dr. Alka. Indian consumer are very active in consumer rights and advocacy. The informal sector plays a vital role in India. What are the challenge of consumer issues in this sector?
So, as I told you in my presentation also, that we are facing challenges like economic challenges, health challenges, a digital divide. All these challenges are there, but we do have, informal sector for consumer well-being, or you can say, or for consumer awareness. So we do have, informal sector, in the sense that individuals who are working not only for the framework, or there are certain companies, or there are certain small startups which they started without proper registrations, or which they basically start with the not compliance with the legal requirements. So uh, they have in informal sector, we do have consumer protection, but it is very limited to consumer rights. So consumer buying from the informal sector, it can create difficulty in filing complaints or seeking redressal if they have any issues which they will encounter with the product and services. They will be facing any kind of let's say, if they got any kind of lack in the product, they will not able to make consumer protection authorities, because they are unregistered in nature. And street vendors, unregistered small businesses, home based services, they are operating without license, and they are not giving selling goods without proper invoices. So because of all these things, yeah, there is an still there is informal sector which is being there, but there are certain consumer awareness programs and policy initiatives for the registration of small businesses also. So we are creating those kind of initiatives, so that one can register themselves and can help our every consumer in a way that we could not only looking for the demand side or supply side, but overall we could provide lower price or better value of money and make a rational economic decision for a consumer while purchasing. So yes, we promote these in small vendors and everything, but by the time we also inform and make them aware that even though you are a small vendor, even though you are having a very small businesses, there is a subsidy or there is a process to register yourself, so that every consumer should feel social inclusive and promote our consumer well-being to develop overall economy. I hope I could able to answer.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Alka. So maybe you may conclude the conclusions of your discussion today, so that we can see what are the impacts of the consumer initiative that can be covered by the government, NGOs, and also as we as an academician for the future consumer well-being, Prof.
Right. So it's upon that I would like to conclude in a way that how to take up on a call to action, right? So what
Yeah.
can stakeholders can do? So there are stakeholders like for first I would like to highlight here for the policy makers. So we should introduce stronger safeguards for data privacy and consumer rights. This is not can be done at individual level. It has to be done through the policy makers, how they can help the economy and the vulnerable groups to expand in a way that there should be social programs should be introduced, they should be expanded in the subsidies and enforce more strict environment and regulations where it should be aligned with our sustainable consumption goals. So this is one of the you know you can say a call upon which we need to take upon the one stakeholder. So I have divided the stakeholders into four categories: policymakers, businesses, NGOs, and civil societies, and for consumers. So if I talk about for businesses, now businesses need to focus upon whatever they are supplying, it should be through ethical supply chain. They should focus upon eco-friendly products. So we do have lot of vast market and research part, and new innovative products can be utilized the artisan the skill level not only of India but the global way we can collaborate and produce these kind of eco-friendly products. The businesses should prioritize in affordability and accessibility also in product development. So the product should be is in that particular reach for everyone, and must focuses upon data protection framework and consumer transparency, because a lot of data are being tapped by businesses, but that should be protected in a way, and it should be all the things should be very much transparent to the consumer so that they could take an informed decision. For civil society and NGOs, we can basically call to action, which I have a recommendation and suggestion here, that there should be conduct of more awareness programs on consumer rights, financial literacy, and environmental responsibility, and these should be in an aligned way, wherein we should partner with government and businesses to create and amplify social impact and advocacy in policy changes, majorly for undeserved communities which are being untapped. So these policy changes should be there through NGOs and civil society. And but I could say that not every person should be blaming this ecosystem as an economy or businesses or NGOs or the laws and everything, but one individual as a consumer, you should be very much ensure that make informed choices for better sustainable and ethical practices, and whatever report all the fraudulent activities which are happening with the consumer, that should be reported. Now I would like to take 1 minute over here, I know the time is less, but I would like to highlight one case which we recently I had one panel discussion on banking frauds and scams tackling through AI and innovation. I just moderated that 2 days back, and I got to know that let me take an example, that there is a person who has basically went for a it's just a layman which happen in India has a festive season like Diwali or something or weddings. So people meet there and exchange their cell phones to their nephew or niece or something like that, and they told them that this is the password and go ahead. So what happened? One of the person basically uses the same pin code. So pin code of the cell phone is the same pin code which he is using for the GPay, right? So now he told his nephew to use this particular pin code as let's say 4 digit, and the same pin code was he was using for GPay, and that guy uses, buy one cryptocurrency through his relative account, and the person was blaming bank that you people are not taking care, how the OTP is being produced, I haven't done anything. So bank was impacted overall, but bank is saying that now you should be more impacting, why you are using the same password of your cell phone as in your payment gateway. So all these things, this is just a minute thing. So we talk about big platforms, we talk about big regulations, but being an individual, being a consumer, we should be understand. As I take an example here, if a heart attack comes to a person, doctor also says that you should report within 2 hours, then only we can make you help you able to survive, right? Similarly, people get nervous, they basically didn't report whatever fraudulent activities happen to them. So these things, we should make the consumer aware whenever they have. In India, we do have a consumer helpline number, right? So we provide them the consumer helpline number to report within 2 hours. So if the report has been registered within 2 hours, the action could be taken immediately, and we can see the responses are valid and they can help the consumer to get out of these kind of things. Otherwise, one cyber scam happened, nothing can be done if that particular timeline is away, right? So they should consumers should participate in community driven initiatives for collective well-being. So here, this is a call upon action. And final thought, which I could say here, one thought, that improving consumer well-being is not the responsibility of single entity. It's a collaborative effort where we have to foster collaboration between the government, private sector, civil society, and individuals, where we can build a resilient, fair, and sustainable marketplace that benefits all. Thank you.
Okay, Prof. Now I would like, thank you so much for the very insightful conclusion. Then I would like to invite Professor Dr. Rosida to conclude for both a discussion that we have with our guest speaker from Taiwan and India, and maybe Prof like to highlight on a few key points that have been presented by our both speaker. You are invited, Prof.
Thank you, Me. Okay. As a conclusion, what we can gather here, okay, from presentation by Director Huang, okay, from Taiwan Consumer Protection Associations. Okay, we can see that this association, okay, play important role for consumer well-being. Okay, so they are also their missions. The mission for this Taiwan Consumer Protection Association is to protect consumer rights and promoting consumer education. Okay, and then what I can see from the her presentation, she are in a few cases, okay, that happening in Taiwan is about how there are dispute between consumers and booking company where they especially for tourism, okay, where they book fly or hotel and so on, okay, and then how this dispute can be assisted by their government, okay, and also beside that they have challenges in terms of cross-border purchase, okay, or transaction made with another supplier or seller from another country. Also, she did mention about they provide solution to this dispute. Okay, so the Taiwan Consumer Protection Association, okay, also provide solutions to all these disputes. Okay, so that's from the Taiwan Consumer Protection. Okay, and then from the presentation, country reports in India. Okay, we have seen that for the consumer well-being in India, okay, what are their challenges, okay, faced, even though the government, all the government have played very important roles, okay, to ensure that their consumers well-being, okay, for the consumer well-being. Okay, so the complexity in India, I can see that India complex consumer landscape, okay, that is a big market. India is a big market, and then there are digital divide also, okay, among the consumers in India, and also they mentioned about security in digital security when they do purchase and so on. Okay, so the challenges, well-being, also beside that will be economic pressure, okay, and health and social concerns, and as mentioned just now, digital divide and environmental sustainability. Okay, um, and digital transformation and consumer well-being in India, we can see that from Prof presentation, there are the Indian digital landscape has undergone significant transformations. Okay, and these have impacting consumer behavior and well-being. So we can see that this trend of digital transformation, okay, is global. Okay, it's not only India but in many other countries in the world. Okay, and because of that, the consumers are being asked to be more vigilant. They have to have the knowledge and also education. They should be highly digital literate. Okay, meaning that they should have this knowledge about digital, especially they need to know what they should do or what they shouldn't do when they are doing transaction online. Okay, because if there's any dispute happen, it goes back to the consumers. How well informed or how educated are you in terms of all this digital literacy and so on. Okay, beside that, Prof also mentioned about the Indian consumer are given some education awareness about, okay, financial literacy, because this is important especially for young people. Okay, they need to have this knowledge in order for them to live in a, what we call it, well, to be a good well-being consumers in the future, so that they're not trapped when they are still young. They are trapped in financial problems and so on. So we can see that even in Malaysia, we are having this financial literacy program to students in the universities as well as students in school, so that at least they know the fundamental of savings, okay, how they should save, not only to spend, or don't be trapped in the FOMO trend, right? Fear of missing out, okay, things like that. So that won't be really good for their future, because they are very influenced by the trend of today, where young people especially, they spend so much time with the social media, and they lost the reality of life, okay, because in social media not everything is real. Okay, so so that's my conclusion that I can bring forward for this presentation. Okay,
Okay,
we.
thank you, Prof. All right. So I think MC, do we have any additional Oh, okay, no. I get a cue that our session will be ended. Okay, as we come to the ends of our session, I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed speakers, participants for your valuable time, insightful contributions, and also active engagement, especially during the Q&A session. For both speaker, your expertise and perspective on sharing today have truly enriched our discussion on our consumer well-being facing current challenge. A special thank for me and Prof to the Malaysia Consumers and Family Economic Association MACFEA for organizing this meaningful discourse, as well as our technical team to ensure that a very smooth and seamless session. We hope that throughout the insight shared today will inspire further dialogue, research and collaboration efforts addressing the consumer well-being issue, not only Malaysia, Taiwan and India, but beyond that. Let's continue to work together in shaping a better and more informed consumer landscape in future. Thanks again, and we look forward to see all of you again for the future events. Stay tuned. We have 2-day intellectual discourse session as stated by our MC in the early morning just now. I wish you all a wonderful day ahead and stay safe and take care. I think we have photography session, yeah, Hong? Okay.
Even
So
even I would like
please make
for
sure
giving
that
an
everyone switch on your
yeah.
camera and give a very beautiful smile for our technical team.
And even Prof and the MACFEA team and to all, I would like to thank you for giving an opportunity. And it's a wonderful platform to learn and to discuss. And I hope we can collaborate in a way that we can come together and will work for the consumer well-being through
Okay,
research
we will, Prof.
collaboration.
We will. Okay, so we'll take the picture. Okay. All right. So don't forget to count 1, 2, 3 to make sure that everybody in a very good smile, yeah? Okay, that's good. Okay.
Okay, so we will first have a quick group photo session first, as engaged by Dr. Umi.
Thank
Okay, so
you.
everyone, so please turn on your camera so that we can capture this special moment together.
All right.
All right. So technical, can you assist?
Okay.
Right. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Right. On my count. 1, 2, 3. Right. Okay. All right. And another one.
Another one.
Another one.
One.
Okay. Right. Another one.
Okay.
Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Terbuka nih, Jamil sini. Terbuka Messi. Jamil yang ni. Ini air.
Can open my camera.
All right, we have 5 slides to be captured. So we have 5 time to take the picture.
One, two, three, count down.
Right.
Count down.
1, 2, 3. Smile. All right, another one. 1, 2, 3. Smile. Ada lagi? Right, on the third one. 1, 2, 3. Smile. On the fourth. 1, 2, 3. Smile. The last one. 1, 2, 3. Smile. Yeah. Thank you, everybody.
Nice to
Back
see
to the
everyone
MC.
smiling. Have a good day.
Yeah, okay. All right. Thank you. Once again, thank you, Director Huang and Professor Alka Dingra for the insightful presentations. And thank you to our awesome moderator, Professor Dr. Rosida and Dr. Umi for guiding the sessions. All right. So we will now have our lunch break. But before we take the break, please be sure to fill in the attendance by clicking the attendance link that will be displayed in
Not
the chat
only
box
is Malaysia a melting pot
shortly.
of ethnic cultures, but it is also a blend of many different customs, cuisines.
You will also see a QR code on the screen for easy access to register your attendance and also collecting your feedbacks. And for your e-certificate, we will send you after the program. So please make sure to submit your attendance before you leave for the lunch. All right. While you are on your break, we will also feature a Truly Malaysia video. It's about a video that showcase of Malaysia incredible culture, heritage, and landscapes. So a little bit reminder for the next session. Please make sure to return by 2:25 p.m. for the continuation of the program. And we will resume with the next session right after the break. So don't miss out on the exciting discussion that await us. And for those who may have friends, colleagues, or others, the event is also being streamed live on YouTube channel at dr.ir.sha network 5076, our MACFEA channel. Okay, feel free to share this link with anyone who would like to watch the event live. Okay, so thank you for your attention. Please enjoy your lunch break, and we look forward to have you back here at 2:25 p.m. to continue with our program. Have a great break and see you soon.
If countries were awarded for diversity, Malaysia would top for customs, cuisine. If countries were awarded for diversity, Malaysia would top first place. Not only is Malaysia a melting pot of ethnic cultures, but it is also a blend of many different customs, cuisines, and religions, all coexisting peacefully together. From large island groups to mountains and tropical rainforests, the country's geography is every bit as diverse. What's more, Malaysia is a unique country in that it is divided into two main land masses. West Malaysia occupies the southern half of a peninsula shared with Thailand, while East Malaysia is situated on the Borneo Island. Here's a look at the best places to visit in Malaysia.
A unique pain relief solution at home that doctors, chiropractors, and physiotherapists don't want you to know. Just 15 minutes.
Number 10. Malacca. Lying on the west coast of the Malaysian peninsula, Malacca is a unique place to visit due to the British, Dutch, and Portuguese all having ruled here at one point. As such, there is a wealth of colonial architecture to explore, with each nation having left its mark in terms of the buildings left behind and the cultural impact that they had. With the lively night market and a wide range of different cuisines, this charming city is understandably a popular tourist destination in Malaysia. Number 9. Cameron Highlands. The Cameron Highlands is one of Malaysia's most extensive hill stations, first developed by the British in the 1920s. It has a population of more than 34,000 people consisting of Malays, Chinese, Indians, and other ethnic groups. The Cameron Highlands is renowned for its trails. They lead visitors through the forest to waterfalls and other tranquil spots. Apart from its jungle walks, the sanctuary is also known for its tea plantations, and visitors can book several tea factory tours. Number 8. Mount Kinabalu. Towering 4,095 meters above northern Borneo, Mount Kinabalu is the highest mountain between the Himalayas and the island of New Guinea. The main peak of the mountain can be climbed easily by a person with a good physical condition and requires no mountaineering equipment, although climbers must be accompanied by guides at all times. For those with limited time or energy, there are gardens and many short walks through the jungle to enjoy the vicinity of the entrance. Number 7. Perhentian Islands. Located off the coast of northeastern Malaysia, not far from the Thai border, the Perhentian Islands are the must-go place in Malaysia for budget travelers. The two main islands are Perhentian Besar, meaning Big Perhentian, and Perhentian Kecil, meaning Small Perhentian. They have some of Malaysia's most beautiful beaches and great diving with plenty of cheap accommodation. Visitors can also explore the tropical jungle that covers most of the island's terrain. Number 6. Batu Caves. Travelers who make their way to Batu Caves near Kuala Lumpur will be rewarded with some pretty awesome Hindu art. The three main caves that make up Batu Caves make it the most popular Hindu shrine outside of India and attract thousands of worshippers. The highlight of the site is a giant statue of a Hindu god reached by climbing 272 steps to the cathedral cave. Monkeys also enjoy the site and can be seen playing there. Number 5. Penang. Historically regarded as the Pearl of the Orient because of its important location among the sea trade route, Penang is a colorful island shaped by its diverse culture, heritage, and world-famous cuisine. A must-do here is a stroll around the historic Georgetown to see its colonial buildings, stately mansions, and lovely temples. Visitors will find plenty of activities that range from excellent shopping to horse riding on the beach, photographing snakes in the Snake Temple, and cable car rides up to Penang Hill.
One student who is like $3,500 account can grow into 40,000 in 1.5 years. For small account, how you can grow it faster? I started with small account as well. If you want to grow it faster, focus on mastering the skills, build a strong foundation. The way it works is it's an exponential curve. You know, you want to grow it fast, you need to recycle the money faster. That means trade shorter term trading. Instead of buy one-time long-term investing, that will give you about 20 to 25% conservative return. You can go for like swing and trend trade, which is something you keep for swing trade, which is like 2 weeks. You get in and get out. But the fastest one is called intraday. That's how you can compound your money faster, which is like 5 to 10% per month.
Nice.
However, it takes a lot of discipline, like, to make sure that you don't get emotional, right? The shorter term you trade, the more emotional it will get. For our disciplined trader, that's where they can compound a small account into big account. I have one student who is like $3,500 account can grow into 40,000 in 1.5 years and now become more than $1 million US.
Oh my God! Wow!
Practice is very important. Another way is to use leverage instrument, right? Something that costs you less money to buy the stock, right? Using CFD or options. But I would encourage you, don't focus so much, I want to make back the money fast within the same year. If you put the effort into getting the process right, understanding it, build your technical skills and discipline, is the compounding effect can be very fast, right? But if you keep focusing on the money, likely you won't focus on building your competency so much, right? Every time you trade, you focus, is it making money, losing money, and then you may take the shortcut, you may break the rules, then your account will be very choppy, and you may take forever to be consistent. So the first 3 years, right, focus on process, then just trust that eventually it will become very fast. To be a consistent trader, not just like random success or, sometimes win, sometimes lose, you need a proper framework. You need a systematic approach so that you can repeat it, and then you need a versatile to be able to cover different market conditions. You need a safe approach, that means strict money management. Then you can repeat the success. If you have this, then you will have a more predictable outcome. This is exactly what we're going to cover in our 3-hour complimentary webinar. Typically, if you want to learn this yourself, it will take a long time and you will make a lot of mistakes. And to me, that's very costly. To me, time is money as well. How much more time do you want to waste figuring out yourself, right? Just imagine you want to search for all the YouTube video. How many do you want to view? How many hours it will take? And then are you able to piece them together? Someone say this, someone say that. Everyone will say all the different assets are better. But I'm going to prove to you why, the why behind it. And we'll be sharing my own results, our student results as well, right? To show to you.
Number 4. Kuala Lumpur. Kuala Lumpur is a bustling city that serves as the capital of Malaysia. The country's most populous city, it has a landscape filled with innovatively designed skyscrapers, including the iconic Petronas Twin Towers, the world's tallest twin towers. Kuala Lumpur also boasts an outstanding Islamic art museum, the Bukit Bintang pedestrian bridge that connects the downtown area, and a bird park that is the world's largest walk-in aviary. Number 3. Taman Negara. Encompassing 3 states across the northern part of West Malaysia, Taman Negara is reputed to be the oldest tropical rainforest in the world. A popular ecotourism destination, this national park is teeming in wildlife, from rare plants to scarce animals like the Malayan tiger and the Sumatran rhinoceros. One of the most popular things to do in Taman Negara is the Canopy Walk, a long suspension bridge high above the treetops where visitors can walk and glimpse exotic birds. Number 2. Langkawi. Malaysia's best-known holiday destination, Langkawi, is an archipelago of 99 islands in the Andaman Sea. By far the largest of the islands is the eponymous Pulau Langkawi, with a population of about 65,000. With its many diverse landscapes of beaches, mountains, rainforests, and mangrove wetlands, Langkawi offers tourists a great variety of things to see and do. A popular activity here is to take a cable car ride and walk across the Sky Bridge to see incredible views across to Thailand. Number 1. Gunung Mulu National Park. Famous for its extraordinary limestone karst formations and phenomenal cave systems, the Gunung Mulu National Park is one of the most awe-inspiring natural attractions in all of Southeast Asia. If you visit, you'll want to check out the Sarawak Chamber, which is big enough to hold 40 Boeing 747 aircraft. And you'll also want to hike to the Paku Waterfall. While longer multi-day treks are possible, there are also plenty of shorter hikes which are just as scenic.
Kadang-kadang rasa tak yakin nak hadap semua ni.
Mama, kita jumpa Nina. Yeay!
Alamak. Nak tambah kelazatan? Dengan Maggi Cukup Rasa, kita sahut cabarannya. Bawang segar dan rempah ratus melazatkan lagi masakan.
Maggi Cukup Rasa. Mama ni apa pun boleh.
Ada ni, Mama yakin apa pun jadi.
Hebat-hebat rasa, Maggi Cukup Rasa.
On Sipadan Island, known for its extraordinary underwater life. It is a nation that understands the value of its environmental and cultural legacies, striving to ensure that the beauty and diversity of today remain a gift for tomorrow. Nestled within the state of Penang, Bukit Mertajam offers a tranquil escape into nature's embrace. As the sun rises, it bathes the hill in a soft light, unveiling breathtaking views of the Penang Island and the mainland below, a sight that rewards those who make the early morning ascent. The hill is not just a place for physical exploration, but also a retreat for the soul, offering moments of serene contemplation and a respite from the hustle and bustle of urban life. This hill, part of the larger Bukit Mertajam Recreational Forest, serves not just as a green lung for the state of Penang, but also as a sanctuary for a variety of flora and fauna. The dense forest canopy shelters numerous species of birds and insects, while the undergrowth teems with the vibrant life of smaller mammals and reptiles, many of which are unique to the Malaysian peninsula. As we journey from the verdant slopes of Bukit Mertajam Hill, amidst the emerald canopy, the lar gibbon swings with grace, its haunting song echoing through the trees. These primates are recognized for their distinctive and agile movements through the treetops, their hauntingly beautiful vocalizations, and their deep social bonds. Lar gibbons have a slender body, long arms, and no tail. Their fur color can vary significantly, from black and dark brown to sandy and even white, depending on their age, sex, and specific population. Agile and slender, these gibbons possess an extraordinary ability for brachiation, swinging from branch to branch with their long, powerful arms in a fluid, rhythmic dance that captivates the observer. Adults typically weigh between 9 to 17.5 pounds and have an arm span of up to 5 feet, which is significantly longer than their body length. Lahr gibbons are known for their strong family bonds. They live in small, monogamous family groups consisting of a mated pair and their offspring. This social structure is somewhat rare among primates. The dawn chorus of the forest often begins with the haunting and melodious songs of the Lahr gibbons. Mated pairs perform complex and loud vocalizations that serve various purposes, including strengthening pair bonds, defending territory, and communicating within the family group. These agile primates symbolize the delicate equilibrium of tropical biodiversity, reminding us of our responsibility to safeguard their ancient, verdant home. As their melodic calls fade into the dense canopy of Malaysia's ancient rainforests, our journey shifts from the verdant embrace of the jungle to the serene beauty of the sea. The Perhentian Islands emerge as jewels of biodiversity in the crystal clear waters of the South China Sea. This pair of islands, Perhentian Besar and Perhentian Kecil, each offers its own unique allure. These islands are characterized by their white sandy beaches, lush jungle interiors, and warm tropical waters. The climate is typically tropical, with temperatures ranging from 77 degrees Fahrenheit to 93 degrees Fahrenheit. Beneath the surface of these inviting waters lies an underwater wonderland, with the coral reefs teeming with life and color. These underwater gardens provide habitat and breeding grounds for hundreds of species of fish, crustaceans, mollusks, and other marine organisms. Iconic species such as clownfish, parrotfish, and angelfish weave through the corals. While reef sharks are often spotted in the waters around the Perhentian Islands, patrolling the coral reefs. Ascending from the azure depths to the verdant peaks of Peninsular Malaysia, we arrive at the Cameron Highlands.
Dengan setiap pesanan Starbucks, anda bukan sahaja mendapat secawan kopi, anda juga membantu menyokong petani dan latihan untuk barista, matlamat alam sekitar dan komuniti yang diperkukuh, termasuk usaha menghulurkan bantuan di Gaza. Di Starbucks, setiap insan diterima dan dihargai.
Bio Essence 9X Ceramide from Japan, penetrating 20 layers for stronger skin barrier.
Spanning a vast expanse of approximately 712 miles, this landscape transforms into rolling hills swathed in emerald tea plantations and misty forests, offering a stark contrast to the tropical marine life of the islands. but an equally mesmerizing display of Malaysia's diverse natural beauty. The Cameron Highlands are renowned for their extensive tea plantations, which paint the rolling hills in varying shades of green. Beyond tea, the Highlands are also famous for their strawberry farms, vegetable markets, and flower gardens, showcasing the region's rich agricultural bounty. Within the expansive embrace of the Cameron Highlands lies a realm where time seems to stand still, the mossy forest. Cloaked in mist and clouds, the mossy forest is an otherworldly scene straight out of a fantasy movie. The dense moss that clings to every surface and the towering trees create an ethereal atmosphere that feels both ancient and mystical. The air, cool and moist, carries the scent of the earth and the sound of silence, broken only by the distant call of birds or the rustle of leaves underfoot. The high humidity and lower temperatures create a unique microclimate where a diverse array of flora and fauna flourishes, showcasing a fascinating array of plant life. While more commonly associated with lower altitudes in Malaysia, the world's largest flower, the Rafflesia, also makes its home in the ecosystems surrounding the highlands. This parasitic plant is known for its massive, foul-smelling bloom, a rare but remarkable sight. In the shadowy underbush of Malaysia's Cameron Highlands and its enveloping jungles, the Malayan tapir roams. Exhibiting a blend of curiosity and caution in its behavior, in its distinctive black and white coat, stands as a remarkable survivor from a bygone era, closely related to both the horse and the rhinoceros, despite its unique appearance. This gentle giant is a solitary creature, distinguished by an extraordinary adaptation, an elongated, prehensile snout that mirrors the functionality of an elephant's trunk, giving him an excellent sense of smell to navigate and locate food at night. Skilled swimmers, they're often seeking out water bodies, not just to drink, but to bathe and cool down. With a reproductive rate that mirrors the slow rhythm, female tapirs embark on a lengthy gestation journey, nurturing a single calf for approximately 13 months. Nestled within the emerald embrace of Langkawi, Dayang Bunting Lake is the second largest freshwater lake and is shrouded in myths and legends. covering an area of about 50 acres. Situated roughly 164 feet above sea level, a tranquil oasis, its surface mirroring the sky and the surrounding foliage, offering a peaceful retreat from the world beyond. According to local folklore, the lake, also known as Lake of the Pregnant Maiden, was blessed by a celestial princess who lost her child and left behind a magical water source that bestows fertility upon those who bathe in it. The legend concludes with the princess turning into the island itself, which resembles the silhouette of a pregnant woman when viewed from the sea. Deeper into the dense canopy of the surrounding tropical forest, amidst the symphony of bird calls and the rustle of leaves, a gentle and elusive inhabitant of Malaysia's rich biodiversity comes into view: the dusky leaf monkey. Characterized by their serene nature and striking appearance, dusky leaf monkeys are particularly noted for the distinctive white patches around their eyes, which contrast sharply against their dark fur, giving them a thoughtful, almost spectral appearance. These primates have a unique reproductive cycle that deeply reflects their gentle nature. Females give birth to a single offspring after a gestation period of about 6 months, a precious interval that culminates in the arrival of a baby with strikingly different coloring, bright orange or yellow, a stark contrast to the muted tones of the adults, which gradually darkens as they mature. In the quiet moments of feeding and grooming, the foundation of their future in the forest is laid, a cycle of life that continues, as ancient as the trees that bear witness to their lives. Weaving a narrative of community and harmony, they're living in groups of 5 to 20. Their societies are anchored by a dominant male, surrounded by several females and their young. These families carve out territories within the canopy's embrace, yet peace prevails, with cohesion at the heart of their existence.
Crunchy, cheesy, loaded.
Uncle, nak jimat? Renew lah your car coverage with motortakaful.com. Boleh dapat cashback. Oh, tu macam ke?
Ya lo, you can get cashback when you make no claims.
Wow. Yeah.
Leaving behind the leafy sanctuaries, our journey transitions from the natural to the spiritual, guiding us to the iconic Batu Caves in Selangor. A series of majestic limestone hills housing ancient cave temples stands as one of Malaysia's most revered religious sites. Located just north of Kuala Lumpur. Carved into the 400-million-year-old limestone, these caves have become a focal point of Hindu worship and culture outside of India, drawing thousands of devotees and tourists alike. The towering, golden statue of Lord Murugan, at 140 feet, is one of the tallest statues of a Hindu deity in the world. This awe-inspiring figure stands at the entrance, the temple dedicated primarily to him, setting the tone for the spiritual journey ahead. A steep flight of 272 rainbow steps leads up to the main cave, known as the Temple Cave, where the ceiling stretches over 100 feet high, opening up to a space filled with natural light, Hindu shrines, and intricate wall paintings that narrate epic tales. Amidst the echoing chambers of the Batu Caves, a spectacle of faith unfolds annually during Taipusam, drawing thousands of worshippers and tourists to witness the profound devotion to Lord Murugan. Devotees embark on a journey of faith, carrying kavadis and embracing body piercings as a testament of their devotion and the enduring tale of good triumphing over evil. Through the spiritual heart of the Batu Caves, our path intersects with the realm of the long-tailed macaques. These primates, with their expressive faces and agile forms, are not just residents, but an integral part of the landscape, thriving amidst the flow of pilgrims and tourists. The long-tailed macaque is distinguished by its slender body, a coat of brown fur, and, as its name suggests, a tail that often exceeds its body length. This tail, a tool of balance and communication, underscores the macaque's arboreal lifestyle, though their territory spans both the trees and the ground below. Unlike many other primates, long-tailed macaques are proficient swimmers, often seen crossing rivers and streams or foraging in coastal areas. They're known to dive into water to escape predators or to retrieve food, showcasing an adaptability to both terrestrial and aquatic environments. Interacting with humans, from whom they've learned to solicit food, the long-tailed macaques are exposing their role as opportunistic feeders. Highly social creatures, long-tailed macaques live in structured troops, each with its hierarchy and roles. Communication within these groups is complex. Their expressions and sounds convey a variety of messages, from warning calls about predators to gestures that strengthen social bonds. The cycle of life weaves its timeless narrative. With the coming of each breeding season, the forest whispers tales of new beginnings. Females, the heart of the troop, embark on the journey of motherhood, nurturing their offspring through a gestation period that spans approximately 5 to 6 months. The arrival of a single infant marks a moment of joy and communal responsibility within the group. These newborn macaques, cradled in the protective embrace of their mothers, are introduced to a world where alloparenting, the shared care of offspring by individuals other than the biological parents, strengthens the bonds of the troop and ensures the survival of the next generation. Amidst the enchanting realms of Gunung Mulu National Park, labyrinths of ancient limestone towers rise dramatically. Within the emerald canopy, a majestic rhinoceros hornbill reigns supreme among the treetops. The national bird of Malaysia, with its impressive size, distinctive black and white plumage, and the striking, orange and red casque atop its bill. The rhinoceros hornbill stands as a beacon of nature's magnificence. Spanning a length of up to 3.3 feet, it commands the canopy with powerful, sweeping flights. Its echoing call, reminiscent of a horn, echoes through the forest as a testament to its presence and the deep relationship it shares with its kingdom. In a display of trust and partnership, the species is known for its lifelong pair bonds. Considered sacred in many local cultures as a symbol of purity and fidelity, one prominent legend portrays the rhinoceros hornbill as a guardian of the sky, believed to protect the community from evil spirits and bring blessings. Such cultural significance underscores the deep connection between the indigenous peoples of Malaysia and the natural environment. Our journey shifts to the pulsating rhythm of Malaysia's vibrant capital, Kuala Lumpur.
Tasty garlic sauce is back. Delicious in every bite. New AHC. 7.8 years younger looking skin. Lift 4 Pro Shot.
Here, amidst soaring skyscrapers and the hum of bustling streets, the spirit of Malaysia takes on a new form, blending tradition with modernity in a city that never sleeps. Here, tradition and innovation intertwine, offering a glimpse into the soul of Malaysia amidst the urban rhythm of Kuala Lumpur. In the city's heart lies the iconic Petronas Twin Towers. Standing at 1,483 feet, they were the world's tallest buildings from 1998 to 2004. They remain the tallest twin towers globally, symbolizing Malaysia's ambitions on the global stage. Dominating the skyline, the sky bridge connecting the two towers offers breathtaking views of the city, not only dominating the city's landscape, but also serving as a global icon. In the cinematic world of 1999, the Petronas Twin Towers transcended their role as architectural marvels, becoming a pivotal backdrop in the action thriller Entrapment. Through Entrapment, the towers were not merely structures of steel and glass, but central characters in a story of intrigue and allure, casting a lasting spell on viewers and showcasing Malaysia's cultural ambition to the world. In the shadow of the Petronas Twin Towers lies the verdant expanse of KLCC Park, a 50-acre green oasis in the heart of Kuala Lumpur's concrete jungle. Central to the park's allure is the Lake Symphony, a magnificent water that mirrors the spectacle of Las Vegas's famous Bellagio fountains. Though continents apart, they share a universal language of beauty and innovation, with jets of water dancing to the rhythm of music and lights, creating a communal space of wonder and delight. As the last notes of Lake Symphony's water ballet fade into the Kuala Lumpur skyline, our gaze shifts to the sacred grounds of Robson Heights. Nestled atop, we transition to a realm of spiritual serenity and architectural elegance at the Thian Hao Temple. This magnificent six-tiered temple stands as a testament to the rich tapestry of Chinese culture and religious tradition within the heart of Malaysia. The temple is an exquisite fusion of modern architectural techniques and ancient Feng Shui principles, adorned with intricate carvings, ornate pillars, and vibrant lanterns that illuminate the complex in a warm, ethereal glow. A captivating sight in the tranquil ponds of Thian Hao Temple are the koi fishes. These ornamental fish, originally bred in Japan for their aesthetic qualities, have become symbols of luck, prosperity, and perseverance. In many East Asian cultures, including in Malaysia, feeding them has become a meditative activity for many, a moment of interaction with nature that fosters a sense of calm and mindfulness. The koi fishes, with their diverse hues of orange, white, black, and gold, glide through the water, creating a dynamic tapestry that captivates the eye and soothes the soul. Leaving behind the serene waters where koi fish glide in meditative harmony, we venture into the heart of Kuala Lumpur's history, where the nation's pulse of freedom and unity beats strong in Merdeka Square. The name Merdeka itself means independence in Malay, etching the square's significance into the very fabric of the country's identity. Surrounding the square is an architectural mosaic that tells the tale of a city at the crossroads of cultures. The Sultan Abdul Samad building is a symbol of Malaysia's colonial past and its transformation into a modern state. Not far from its historic core, we transition to the spiritual tranquility of the Sultan Salahuddin Abdul Aziz Mosque, a testament to Islamic artistry and devotion in the heart of Shah Alam. Completed in 1988, it is the largest mosque in Malaysia and the second largest in Southeast Asia. With its awe-inspiring blue dome, measuring over 170 feet in diameter and covered in aluminium, the mosque serves as a beacon of faith and architectural wonder. Known affectionately as the Blue Mosque, it encapsulates the spiritual wonder and cultural character of Malaysia. The mosque's towering minarets, each soaring to a height of 460 feet, making them among the tallest in the world, reach towards the heavens, inviting both the faithful and admirers of architectural beauty. From the spiritual echoes of the mosque, we embark toward the natural wonder nestled within the lush green folds of Langkawi Island, the Telaga Tuja waterfalls. Situated in the northwest corner of the island, the Telaga Tuja waterfalls, or Seven Wells waterfalls, is not just a natural attraction, but a place shrouded in mystique and legend. The waterfalls got their name for 7 interconnected natural pools that are formed at different levels by water streams flowing down Mount Mat Singkang. According to local folklore, fairies used to descend to the pools to bathe and frolic in the pristine waters, adding a layer of enchantment to the already mesmerizing landscape.
With single-minded and DHA for 10 times faster brain connections. S26 Go Progress.
Fight 10 signs of skin aging. New Eucerin Epicelline Serum. Look younger than your real age in 4 weeks.
Beyond its physical allure, Telaga Tuja waterfalls hold significant ecological importance. The area is a habitat for a variety of flora and fauna, some of which are endemic to the region. From the soothing melodies of falling water to the silent whispers of the leaves, the rainforest reveals the realm of a mysterious predator, the clouded leopard. With its enigmatic beauty and elusive nature, it is one of the most intriguing inhabitants of Southeast Asia's dense forests. The feline is renowned for its striking coat, adorned with large, irregularly shaped spots edged in black, with the insides a darker color than the background, making it a ghostly presence in its habitat. This clouded leopard possesses exceptionally long canine teeth in proportion to its skull size and its agile body, making it an adept climber. As night falls, the forest awakens to the silent stir of the leopard. Departing from its daytime refuge among the treetops, it embarks on a nocturnal hunt, its sights set on birds, monkeys, deers, and pigs. The clouded leopard remains a symbol of the wild and a reminder of the mysteries that still linger in the heart of the jungle. From the shadowy realm, we journey into the heart of Malaysia's ancient wilderness, Taman Negara. Spanning over 1,677 square miles across 3 states in the central region of Peninsular Malaysia, Taman Negara is a sanctuary of biodiversity, home to the ancient, towering trees of the jungle. Reputed to be one of the oldest tropical rainforests in the world, this venerable expanse is estimated to be over 130 million years old. Suspended 40 meters above the forest floor, the canopy walkway in Taman Negara stretches like a ribbon through the heavens of the rainforest. The rainforest breathes below, a symphony of sounds, from the distant cry of birds to the subtle rustle of hidden creatures. This aerial path not only connects you to the majesty of towering trees, but is also a reminder of the delicate interplay of life, where every leaf, Every ray of light and every drop of rain tell the story of life. Descending into the realm of shadows and whispers, it is here, amidst the dense tapestry of life at ground level, that the Malayan tiger moves with silent grace. This apex predator stands as one of the world's most revered and endangered big cats. Characterized by their striking coat of vibrant orange and black stripes to a yellowish orange background, males are larger and more imposing, tipping the scales at an average of 264 to 396 pounds, making them formidable predators. These majestic creatures harbor a profound affinity for water. As excellent swimmers, they glide through rivers with ease, their powerful limbs propelling them forward. These solitary predators, known for their prowess and mystery, seek each other out with a primal instinct when it's time to mate. The encounter, brief yet poignant, marks the beginning of a new chapter in the tiger's saga. The cycle of reproduction, from mating to nurturing the next generation, ensures the continuation of the Malayan tiger's legacy, a silent promise of renewal amidst the ancient rhythms of the forest. Through Malaysia's vibrant tapestry of life, emerging from the same verdant landscape, the Asian elephant steps into view. A symbol of wisdom and power in many Asian cultures, this largest land mammal of the continent is adorned with smaller ears and a broad, domed head with a pronounced forehead, roaming the diverse habitats from dense jungles to open grasslands. Within the heart of this verdant world, the elephant lives in matriarchal societies, a tapestry of familiar bonds and communal wisdom. Led by the venerable matriarch, herds navigate the forest secrets, from hidden water sources to the richest feeding grounds. Their movements, a delicate dance with the environment that sustains them. The female elephant, selective and intuitive, chooses her mate from among these titans, a decision that ensures the strength and survival of the next generation. Together they partake in a courtship that culminates in the birth of a calf after a gestation that spans nearly 2 years. A complex symphony of sounds fills the air, a testament to the sophisticated language of the Asian elephant. These majestic beings communicate through an array of rumbles and trumpets, some so low in frequency they ripple through the ground, felt rather than heard. At the core of this society are the unbreakable bonds between mothers and their calves, a connection that begins from the moment of birth and lasts a lifetime. These familial ties extend to the wider herd, where allo mothers, females who assist in the care and protection of the young not their own, play a vital role. Together, they form a nurturing circle, ensuring that the calves grow and thrive under the collective watch of the herd. This network of relationships, built on communication and social bonds, is not just about survival. It embodies the essence of the elephant's being, reflecting a level of emotional intelligence and communal living that mirrors our own. In the silent whispers and gentle caresses, we see the depth of their connections, a mirror to the soul of the Asian elephant.
Hidupkan semangat Ramadanmu dengan kurma dan ros Bandung Ramadan ini.
Across the South China Sea, Malaysia's wild heart beats strongly amidst some of the most biodiverse and ancient rainforests on the planet. The mythical island of Borneo, rich in mysteries and wonders, is a sanctuary where wildlife thrives in harmony, revealing stories of survival, adaptation, and unparalleled beauty. The third largest island in the world is a breathtaking showcase of biodiversity split between Malaysia, Indonesia, and Brunei. The Malaysian portion is divided into two states, Sabah and Sarawak, which are known for their lush rainforests, diverse wildlife, and cultural treasures. In the heart of Borneo is a lush expanse of green that stretches across the island. The rainforest, one of the oldest on Earth, estimated to be about 140 million years old, even older than the Amazon rainforest, is a reminder of the world's natural wonders. Towering trees, draped in lianas and festooned with orchids, form a canopy that shelters a world teeming with creatures both large and small. This jungle, teeming with life, breathed biodiversity and mystery into every corner of its vast domain. Amidst the ancient embrace of Borneo's rainforests, a creature of remarkable intelligence and gentle demeanor emerges as the emblem of this verdant wilderness. The Borneo orangutan navigates the dense canopy with unparalleled grace. With its thoughtful eyes and expressive face, the reddish-brown fur aflash against the green. These great apes are the largest arboreal mammals on Earth. The males, asserting their dominance and maturity, grow large cheek pads, referred to as flanges. These pronounced features frame their faces not merely as symbols of their age and strength, but also as a spectacle of their natural beauty. The communication among Bornean orangutans is a symphony of the jungle, a blend of vocalizations, gestures, and facial expressions that speak of their intricate social fabric. They lead predominantly solitary lives, a trait that highlights the rainforest's dense and abundant resources. Their days unfold in solitude, foraging for fruits and crafting intricate nests in the crooks of trees each night. Yet the bond between mother and offspring pierces this solitude, revealing a tender side to their existence. In the realm of the Bornean orangutan, reproduction is a journey marked by patience, and rarity. Females bear the future of the species with the birth of a single offspring after a gestation period of approximately 9 months. An event that occurs only once every several years. This slow dance of life, coupled with the tender care of the young, underscores a precarious balance of their existence. This intelligent, gentle creature embodies the richness of Borneo's ancient rainforests, symbolizing the profound connection between the island's unique biodiversity and its conservation efforts. Weaving through the dense, ancient rainforests, we reach to the lifeblood of the land, the Kinabatangan River. The second longest river in Malaysia, stretching approximately about 348 miles from the mountains to the Sulu Sea, is not just a body of water, but a vibrant ecosystem that supports an astonishing diversity of wildlife and plant species, making it a cornerstone of conservation in the region. Its floodplains host a mosaic of habitats, including limestone caves, oxbow lakes, mangrove swamps, and lowland rainforests. This mighty river, winding its way through the heart of Sabah, serves as a corridor of life, linking disparate habitats and providing sustenance to a myriad of species. As the Kinabatangan River meanders through the dense foliage of Borneo, its waters whisper tales of the unique inhabitants that grace its banks. Emerging as a figure of intrigue and wonder, the proboscis monkey embody the spirit of the wild that thrives along the verdant corridors of the Kinabatangan River. Unique to the island of Borneo, the proboscis monkey emerges as an emblem of nature's exquisite diversity. With their distinctive, pendulous noses and gentle, pot-bellied silhouettes, these primates are a fascinating study in adaptation and survival.
Waltz Marshmallow Choc Crumble baharu. Ketulan biskut dengan setiap kunyahan.
The males, robust and commanding, can weigh up to 53 pounds, their large noses serving not only as a remarkable feature, but also playing a role in amplifying their vocal communications. Reside over harems with a gentle authority. These primates live in intricately structured groups known as harems, where a single dominant male presides over a collective of females and their young. This social construct is not merely about leadership, but serves as a bastion of safety, foraging efficiency, and nurturing. These groups gather in a spectacular assembly along the riverbanks, a communal ritual that underscores their peaceful coexistence and social bonds. Reproduction within this community is a subtle affair, where the dominant male mates with the females of his harem, ensuring the continuation of their lineage. The gestation period unfolds over several months, culminating in the birth of a single offspring. This new arrival is met with collective care, highlighting the communal nature of proboscis monkey society. Through their existence as an endemic species, found nowhere else in the world, It highlights the unique natural heritage of the region. As we marvel at the unique spectacle of the proboscis monkey navigating the lush canopies of Borneo, our gaze shifts upwards beyond the treetops to the towering majesty of Mount Kinabalu. The highest peak in Southeast Asia, Mount Kinabalu soars into the skies of Sabah, Malaysian Borneo, with its summit reaching an impressive 13,435 feet above sea level. Formed through millions of years of tectonic movements and volcanic activity, is a geological marvel, showcasing a fascinating range of rock formations, unique flora, and diverse ecosystems. As one ascends its slopes, the mountain's distinctive silhouette is visible for miles around, dominating the landscape. Over millions of years, this colossal massif has thrust upwards through the Earth's crust, shaping the awe-inspiring peak that captivates all who witness its majesty. Mount Kinabalu holds a sacred place in the hearts of the Kadazan Dusun people. It is imbued with spiritual essence, believed to be the final resting place of the spirits of their ancestors. This spiritual connection adds to the mountain's mystique, merging the tangible with the transcendent. As the sun sets over the towering mountains, casting a golden light on the ancient rainforests, illuminating the magical waters, we reflect on Malaysia's breathtaking beauty. If you have more insights or fascinating stories about Malaysia, please share them in the comments. I'd love to read them.
New Mellow B3 Serum. 85% persistent dark spots are corrected.
Australia, one of the most fascinating places on Earth.
You know, sometimes it just feels amazing to be alive in a wild place like this.
In this series, I'm exploring 6 of Australia's unique landscapes. From the red sands of the desert to the tropical waters of the Great Barrier Reef and the wetland floodplains.
He's big, dangerous.
On the trail of weird and wonderful animals found here and nowhere else.
Whoa, that's a great bridge. Wasn't that beautiful? For a naturalist, this is one of the most inspirational places to visit on our entire planet.
As I set out on an epic adventure into wild Australia. I'm flying to the other side of the world to visit one of the most alien and ancient places you can imagine, Australia's tropical rainforest.
You know, the rainforest is an incredible place. It really is a land of light and shadows. Lots of places for things to hide away, and I guess it's understandable that people might feel a little bit scared of the rainforest. But you know, really there's nothing to fear here. It's just a place to understand. It's so beautiful.
I'm in the wet tropics on the northeastern coast of Australia. A strip of thick, exotic jungle sandwiched between the Great Dividing Range in the west and the Pacific Ocean in the east. I've visited the rainforest many times, But today, I'm seeing it like I've never seen it before. I've been granted special access to the James Cook University Research Station. Their observatory crane stands 47 meters above the ground. From here, I get a whole new perspective.
Wow, this is an incredible way to see rainforest. In the hectare below me, there are 85 different species of trees. And from here, I can look straight down into the canopy. I can see the mosaic of fruits that's to be found there. I can see birds, even green ant nests right up in the crowns of the trees. This rainforest is here because of those mountains. That's the Great Dividing Range. And they literally stop the moisture coming off of the sea going inland. There's precipitation here that powers this incredible landscape.
The wet tropics cover a tiny fraction of Australia, and yet around 40% of the country's plant and animal species live here. This dense forest feels like a secret world that time forgot, and it is. Today, the rainforest is a window on a world that once was.
I often think about those 18th century explorers who came here. It was equivalent to going into outer space in these tiny vessels. You know, when you come from Europe, going into these environments feels just the same. You feel like an 18th century naturalist. Everything is so different. And this environment is one of the best to explore, and I simply can't wait.
Going down into the rainforest, the sun becomes a distant memory as I pass layers and layers of leaves and branches that we call the canopy. It acts as a roof of vegetation with only a third of the sunlight reaching the ground. There is something mystical about being here. Walking in the dappled light, it feels like I'm in a cathedral, and the trees are the building blocks. I think I found the altar.
Just look at the buttresses on this tree. This is a crow's foot ash, and it's got these incredible swirling ribbon-like buttress roots, and the buttresses have a few functions. One of the reasons that trees in the rainforest put out buttresses like this is literally to support themselves. You can see it's got a very wide base because the soils here are so thin. Typical of rainforest, you only have a very small amount of soil, which is one of the reasons they're so vulnerable to being deforested. Once the trees have gone and the roots are missing, the soil just washes off the hills. But the other thing is, and that in these gullies between the buttresses, trees trap leaves, so they create their own compost to provide nutrients. And that's really why these buttress roots swirl so much, because you get these great buckets here, which sometimes can be like miniature gardens. I'm going to peer very carefully because sometimes in these buttresses you find snakes. That is really magnificent. They had a lot of uses too. Native people used them to make handles for tools, to make drums. They're quite resonant, and even shields. They are really beautiful. Makes you feel very small and insignificant when you're standing next to a buttress root like this.
I think that's an interesting thing.
This one piece will make 52 layers.
Watch on mobile devices or the big screen. All for free. No subscription required.
I guess in my lifetime I've had the opportunity to walk in some incredible rainforests across our planet, but I don't think any of those places is quite as special as here, because this rainforest is the oldest on our planet. In fact, it's so old it stretches back to the time of the great supercontinents. It's hard to believe that this forest once stretched across most of the land surface to be found on our planet.
150 million years ago, Australia was part of a supercontinent that was covered in rainforest. It included all the southern hemisphere's continents. Millions of years later, Australia became detached from this supercontinent and started drifting away. Like a giant Noah's Ark, it carried all sorts of species of animals and trees. Like these fan palms whose fossils can be found in Antarctica. Walking deeper into the forest, there is one that particularly grabbed my attention.
That's amazing. You can see it bends through 90 degrees twice here. Now, these palms grow at about 100 years every metre of length. So you can see that, well, 1, 2, 3, 500 or 600 years ago, this fan palm was reaching up into the midpoint of the canopy, which is where it's supposed to be. And then some disaster befell it and it was flattened down. And then it would have grown again straight upwards for another 400 years, and then it was flattened again. But tenacious as it is, it's making the climb back up towards the light yet again, which it started, what, just under 100 years ago. What an amazing thing. It's a beautiful palm. And you can see here just the majesty of these leaves. They're truly glorious. Wonderful.
This rainforest is so ancient that all life forms have had millions of years to perfectly adapt to their habitat.
One of the fascinating things about the forest is the creatures that have developed the most amazing camouflage, like this stick insect. Look at that. If it doesn't move, you'd never know it was there. If you take your eye off it for a moment, you lose it. Incredible. You see with the wings there, even make it look like a split in the stick. Quite amazing. And there are lots of other things too that hide away by reliance on camouflage.
Like this mind-boggling moth larva, which evolved to look like lichen. Even the way it moves makes it seem as if it's been blown by the wind. Would you believe it's a caterpillar? And this awesome lichen spider, ready to pounce on a prey. It doesn't even need a web. Its camouflage is so evolved, its victims walk within its reach without a second thought. But one of my favourite masters of disguise is a miniature dinosaur look-alike.
Now, that's a Boyd's forest dragon. And it's sitting quietly there. They don't go out into the sun like many other lizards, because the last thing they want in darkness is to be very hot, because the predator that they most fear is the python in the top of the forest. And the python can hunt in complete darkness because it can detect infrared. So this little chappie here will try not to get too hot by the end of the day. He's relying totally on his ability to remain hidden there. Beautiful.
All in for the good times, yeah. All in for the good times, yeah. It's all in Salcom DG1.
The best all-in-one plan for convenience and savings. Upgrade now and get 3 unlimited lines. Ultra-fast 300 Mbps fiber, the latest 5G phone, and unlimited entertainment. Only with Cellcom Digi 1 Ultra.
Oops, there you go. I always find these structures to be quite fascinating. This is a green ant's nest, and you can see how they've folded the leaves together and tacked them together to make this incredibly impressive structure. They've got little green abdomens, and if you bite the abdomen off, it tastes of lemon. Aboriginal people used to use them for food, but also for medicine. They'd take the contents of that nest, boil it up in a billy can if they had a cold or a fever, and drink it. And sometimes they take it and just rub it on their bodies as well. In fact, science is exploring these little ants because they find that they're not prone to diseases, and there's a feeling that they might produce some sort of antibiotic that we might be able to benefit from in the future. Time will tell. But in here there is a mass of ants, and if the nest is disturbed, they dash out to defend it. I'll show you.
These are only the tip of the iceberg. There are easily 300,000 ants inside the nest.
It's amazing how fast they respond to even the tiniest tap. Of course, the last thing you want in the forest here is to back into one of these things, because you get a bit of a shock if you do.
To get to my next destination, I'm using a trail that's anchored through 400 meters of jungle.
This has got to be one of the best ways to see the tropical rainforest. And also, it's great fun.
I'm embarking on a journey through the air across the canopy.
That's the way to do it, isn't it?
Joining me is local wildlife expert Justin McMahon, who uses this zip wire for research.
Wow, this is great. It's an interesting thought that this tower is actually where we're standing, 7 meters above the ground.
Yes.
And that's the amount of rainfall they get here annually, 7 meters. It's astonishing.
It's enough.
No time to dwell, though. Our route takes us onward.
Amazing. You know, I can't tell you the number of days I slogged through a rainforest and never had this view. What's interesting, of course, the ground is falling away here, so we're now higher up in the canopy. It's an exciting view of the rainforest. It's a real privilege for you because, you know, you just don't see these things from ground level, do you?
No, it's a whole other perspective from this high up. You can start to notice your layering, your ecotones within the environment.
It really is a terrestrial reef. You know, on the reef you go at different depths, you get different life forms, and here it's the same different levels within the forest, a whole different ecosystems.
The rainforest is built around one impetus, the plant's need for sunlight. Biologists have called this scramble for light the battlefield. Each plant species tackles it in its own way. Some are soldiers waging war for the sun, others excel at finding allies, like these natural flower pots.
I mean, these epiphytes are amazing.
Yeah, they're quite amazing things. The way they survive without any soil. Just things like the crow's nest fern here, they catch leaf litter to create their soil, they create their mulch to get their nutrients, piggybacking on the back of mature trees. That one little refuge could be laden with so many different microbes, geckos, spiders, the list goes on. The biodiversity just within one small patch of epiphytes can be, quite a sight to see.
I mean, that's the secret of the rainforest, is it's got so much habitat, so many places for things to exist.
This tree-dwelling carpet python is well aware that there is plenty of life here to feed on. It is using heat-sensitive sensors built into its jawline to locate warm-blooded prey, and epiphytes are perfect nests for him to warm himself and hide away in the canopy. On our way to the next platform, Justin tells me about the other animals that live up in the canopy.
These are your highways in the forest. It's quite amazing with the amount of life that will pass through here daytime and nighttime. Through the day, butterfly species using the updrafts, the breezes to come through.
Now I understand this little spot is where they often see the elusive tree kangaroo.
This is a key area.
Tree kangaroos are one of the weirdest mixes of animals you'll find on the continent. A kangaroo that lives like a monkey and looks like a bear.
It's amazing to think of all these creatures moving in the canopy, and incredibly difficult to study.
Very, very difficult. As a researcher, you just don't get to see them that often.
It's a nightmare to try and spot anything in here. I mean, it really is an incredible tangle.
Usually, when I'm looking for hidden creatures in foliage, I let my eye drift along the vegetation until it focuses on something out of the ordinary. But here it's a different ballgame. I think I've seen something. From where I'm standing, it's difficult, but from the ground, my wildlife cameraman, Martin Hayward Smith, has a clear view, and it is indeed a tree kangaroo. It's a real coup. Martin is not one to keep his achievements quiet, so he's called me for a bit of a brag.
How are you doing, Martin? How
Not
did you
too
get
bad.
on?
Absolutely fantastic, Ray. Just looking upright. Absolutely fantastic.
That's amazing.
Isn't it wonderful?
I understand why Martin is pleased. This is incredibly rare footage, and these are beautiful, intimate shots.
But there you were. You were on the zip wire, zimming around.
I saw a glimpse of a tail.
Yeah,
gone.
yeah.
And that's the tail I saw.
So bizarre, a kangaroo up in the trees.
The terrestrial kangaroos we know originally came from trees, and what's fascinating is that this species evolved to return to the heights of the canopy. There are two types of tree kangaroos in Australia, both incredibly hard to see, but these ones are the most elusive. It's a Bennett's tree kangaroo. Their long tail can make them look a bit clumsy, but it is clear on this footage that he is using it for balance. I just laugh how he hops like a kangaroo, but then goes up like a human would climb a coconut palm.
And what's lovely is that these animals are not bothered by the zip wires. I mean...
No, you can hear everybody in the background, everybody zip, zip, going past it. And as you say, it was more aware of me being on the ground.
Because you're out of the ordinary.
Exactly, you know, yeah.
It's nice to see that even for an experienced cameraman like Martin, this is an extraordinary encounter.
Okay. Very good afternoon, everyone. We hope you had a wonderful break and are ready to continue with our exciting sessions for today. Before we start, here are a few housekeeping reminders once again for our online program. So first of all, please ensure that your microphone is muted during the session to avoid background noise. And if you wish to ask a question or engage with the speakers, please unmute your microphone or turn on your camera when invited by the moderator. Second, when requested by the host or moderator, please turn on your camera to make the session more interactive, and your participation is very much appreciated. Next, you can type your questions or comments in the chat box. If you have any questions or comments throughout the session, the moderators will review and choose some to address during the Q&A session. Please be mindful of the time as we will try to answer as many questions as possible. And for the next one will be the respectful language and behavior. As this is a professional event, so we ask that you maintain a respectful language and behavior at all times. Please refrain from using inappropriate language or making disruptive comments in the chat. And regarding microphone ethics, when you speak during the Q&A session, please ensure that your microphone is clear of noise and speak concisely to help us stay on track. And then once again, please be mindful of the time. For efficient interaction, please keep your questions and comments brief to ensure everyone has the chance to participate. And last but not least, please avoid drawing or annotating on the screen during the Zoom meeting, as it can be distracting. If you need to highlight something, feel free to ask or use the chat box feature. All right, so thank you for your cooperation. Okay, so we are now moving to the session 2 of today's program. So for this session, we will be featuring a presentation of the Consumer Country Report from Indonesia, presented by Ms. Adjani Widya from the Education Division of the Indonesian Consumers Foundation. And for this session, our panel will be moderated by Associate Professor Dr. Kashminder Singh, son of Jit Singh, and also Dr. Leilawati Joremi. And the report will be presented by Dr. Wan Rashida Wanawang. At the end of the presentations and discussions, we will have a Q&A sessions. Please take the opportunity to ask questions or share your thoughts. The moderator will guide the session and ensure we cover as much as possible within the time limit. For anyone who may want to follow along, or if you have friends or colleagues who are unable to attend the session today, please note that the entire program is being live streamed on YouTube. You can watch the event live on the official MACFEA YouTube channel at the YouTube channel at dr.ir.sha-network5076. So feel free to share this with anyone who is interested in joining us virtually. Thank you for your attention, and now let's begin our session 2. We hope you enjoy the presentation and discussion. And don't forget to take part in the Q&A session later. Okay, may I invite Associate Prof. Dr. Kashminder and also Dr. Leilawati to take over the session.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Ngo Zeng Hong.
Yeah.
Hi, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good day, ladies and gentlemen. Again, thank you so much, Mr. Ngo Zeng Hong, our MC, for that warm introduction and for setting the tone for today's session. We really appreciate your support in getting everything underway smoothly. Hi, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Leilawati binti Joremi. Together with my partner, Associate Professor Dr. Kashminder Singh, we are honored to be your moderator for this afternoon event. We are thrilled to have such an incredible speaker joining us from Indonesia. Whether you are turning in from home or the office, we are excited to connect, learn, and share insight together over the next 2 hours on consumer well-being. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's dive right into our second session, and I'm excited to introduce our next speaker, Ms. Anjani Widya Hemasita, who will be discussing the topic on consumer well-being in Indonesia. Ms. Anjani Widya Hemasita is a passionate professional with a strong background in consumer advocacy, research, and public policy. She holds a degree in biomedical engineering from the prestigious Bandung Institute of Technology, and her diverse career has led her to roles in both research and consumer education. Currently, Ms. Anjani Widya Hemasita is an education staff at Yayasan Lembaga Konsumen Indonesia, YLKI, where she managed their website, social media, and public education programs. Her dedication to consumer rights also extends to her recent speaker engagements, including her notable discussion on consumer rights in the digital age at a major regional conference in 2024. In addition to her advocacy work, Anjani's research experience include her time at Nano Center Indonesia, where she contributed to groundbreaking studies on neurodegenerative diseases. She is also a highly regarded speaker, having presented her research at the ASEAN Microbial Biotechnology Conference and Garuda TV. Today, Ms. Anjani Widya Hemasita will be sharing insight on consumer well-being in Indonesia, facing current challenges, and yes, we are exhilarated to hear from you. Well, Ms. Anjani Widya Hemasita, if you are ready, then the floor is yours.
Okay, hello everyone. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, I can hear your voice clearly.
So I need help to give the focus position to me so I can share my presentation.
You need help to share your presentation?
No, I can share by myself.
Yes, yes, sure you can.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, we can see your slide.
Okay. Okay, I will start now, and good afternoon, everyone. It's such an honor for me to be here today representing my organization to discuss about consumer well-being in Indonesia facing current challenges. At MACFEA Interregional Intellectual Discourse 2025. My name is Anjani Widya Hemasita, and I serve as an education staff member at YLKI, or also known as Indonesian Consumer Organization. So, before we dive into today's discussion, allow me to briefly introduce about YLKI, my organization. So YLKI established on May 11, 1973, and it's a non-governmental, non-profit, and also independent organization that dedicated to promote and protecting consumer rights in Indonesia. Our mission is to increase consumer awareness of their rights and responsibilities, empowering them to make informed choices that benefit themselves, their families, and also their environment. YLKI is also a member of Consumer International, or we know as CI, and we are the initiator of the Consumer Protection Law number 8, year 1999, and through such that advocacy, YLKI is also facilitated consumer involvement in the formulation of some public decision making. Okay, next, what is consumer well-being? According to Indonesia Protection Law number 8, Year 1999, consumer well-being can be defined as a condition where consumers enjoy comfort, security, and fairness when accessing goods and services, supported by protection of their right, access to accurate information, education, advocacy, and fair dispute resolution. So, consumer well-being Indonesia encompasses the following aspects. First, about safety and security. Second, about freedom of choices. Three, about informed decision. Fourth, advocacy and redress. Five, it's a fair treatment. And also the last one is about consumer education. Now, why is the consumer well-being important for Indonesia? Consumer well-being itself play a critical role in Indonesia economic and social development, impacting various sectors like economic growth, market trust, social equity, digital transformation, and also about public health environment, because we believe that a well-informed consumer can promote healthier lifestyle and make environment responsibility choices. Next, okay, we will talk about consumer landscape in Indonesia. In 2024, Indonesia has a population of over 280 million people. We know that Indonesia is the fourth largest population in this world, and the majority falls within the productive age group of 15 until 64 years old. This means that Indonesia has a young and dynamic consumer base, which play a crucial role in shaping market trends and economic growth. One of the most significant drivers of Indonesia's economy is the middle class. As we can see from the data that you see in this presentation, middle class has been a major force behind economic expansion due to continuous consumption growth since 2014 until now. However, during the COVID-19 pandemic, we saw that a decline in spending, but as soon as the situation is stabilized, consumer spending rebound and driving economic recovery. And okay, now we talk about consumer challenges in Indonesia. YLKI, as a consumer organization that protect consumer, received a lot of complaints in 2024. And here, top 10 consumer complaints 2024 to YLKI. As you can see on the screen, the number one of consumer complaint in 2024 is financial services, and it's around 33% of total complaints. This remains a dominant issue with the most common problem involving banking issues. So consumer often report various disputes related to transaction and also poor services from the bank institution in Indonesia. And the second one problem from our financial service complaint is about online loans. Okay, and the rise of digital lending platform in Indonesia has made financial access easier nowadays. So it's make our consumer try to lend a lot from the fintech application in Indonesia, yet they often fall into financial traps. And then the second major consumer issue complaint in YLKI is about online shopping and has 14% complaints from all of the complaints. And the major issue that consumer have been complained is about refund issues, and also about undelivered and incorrect package. They receive the package that not similar with the informed one, and also it's about platform reliability, like they often have fake sellers, unfair marketplace policies, and also we often facing a fraud issue. And the other consumer complaints is about telecommunication, about package, and the fifth is for housing and property, and the sixth is transportation, the complaint related to public transportation and unfair pricing, and also we have electricity, automotive, and PDAM is one of the institution in Indonesia that about water supply and utilities. And also the last one is about electronics, that consumer report about misleading warranties and after-sales service issues. Okay. Then if we looking at, okay, so if we looking at this issue, we can identify three major challenges that need urgent attention. First, it's economic sector issues. Many of the top complaints, especially in financial services and online shopping, highlight the need for stronger consumer protection in this digital economy. The second one about infrastructure and service quality. Telecommunication, transportation, and housing continue to be the key areas where consumer dissatisfaction is high. And the last is consumer awareness and regulation. Many complaints stem from lack of information, misleading business practices, and weak enforcement of consumer rights. So, besides the top 10 consumer complaints that YLKA has received, we must also address a broader challenge affecting all of customers, that is inflation and the rising cost of living in Indonesia. Inflation plays a major role in shaping the affordability of essential goods and services, including food, housing, transportation, fuel, and electricity. As November 2024, Indonesia annual inflation rate stands at 1.55%, the lowest since July 2021. This decline is largely attributed to lower prices of chili peppers and certain staple foods. And the government effort to manage the inflation is to stabilize essential food and ensure affordability. One of the popular programs that government has been released in 2024 is about Tapera. So it's a housing. It's to encourage citizens to save around 40% from their salary to secure home ownership. So it will make a home more affordable in the future. So another government initiative is to produce a P40, which is a fuel that contains 40% natural compound, and it's designed to improve efficiency and reduce fuel costs. And about public transportation, government continues to enhance public transportation system, especially in Jakarta, to offer more affordable and reliable commuting option. And the last but not least, government tried to secure the food supply. Moreover, we are facing Ramadan in a few days, so one of government initiatives these days is to prevent sugar shortage by importing sugar from overseas to stabilize the supply and prices. Okay, so it's when we talk about digital transformation, as November 2024, Indonesia economy continued to robust expansion and reached a GMV of $90 billion by the end of 2024, and it increased around 13% from the previous year. And e-commerce is the one platform that continues to dominate at as the primary contributor to Indonesia's GMP. But beyond e-commerce, fintech and artificial intelligence also represent burgeoning sector with significant growth potential. QR payment have gained traction in Indonesia and driven by cross-border payment initiative like Kris, we call it Kris. And when we talk about digital transformation, we know that we might facing opportunities and also a challenge. And for the opportunities, we know that digital transformation provide convenience and also personalization. And the last is about accessibility. We can access all of product from a lot of market, a lot of from overseas, and it has prices and it has various prices, and consumer can have various choices. And also, when we talk about challenge in digital transformation, privacy and data security is still one of the issues that we might give a lot of attention. Like it can have an incident of breach and misuse of personal information, and also deceptive practice like online scam, fake reviews, and misleading advertisement. And also we can facing about digital divide that not all consumers have access to digital technologies. So, to strengthen consumer protection and well-being, I have categorized the sectors that have initiatives to support consumer well-being. First, the government sector, it's about regulation and policies. First is Consumer Protection Law or UUPK, which provides a legal framework for consumer rights and disputes. And the second one is PDP law or Personal Data Protection Law. It's another key regulation that focuses on safeguarding consumers' data privacy in an increasingly digital world. And also, government have agency that protect consumer that we call as BPKN or National Consumer Protection Agency. It ensures that consumer protection efforts are coordinated and aligned with national interests, including affordability, safety, and transparency for consumers. And also, when we talk about industry standard and self-regulation, we have a couple of organizations that establishing their own guidelines for safe and responsible practices in digital and traditional consumer markets. For example, IDEA, I know that IDEA or Indonesia E-commerce Association, they have their own guidelines to make all the marketplace more safety for consumers. And also for the CSR initiative, its aim to improve access to affordable services, products, and education for vulnerable communities. And the initiative that my organization or the ITLI has been doing this time is YLKI plays a crucial role in safeguarding consumer rights across various sectors, including healthcare, food safety, digital economy, and environmental concern. We are doing a lot of advocacy for product safety, like monitor consumer goods, such as food and beverage, and we ensure that harmful products are appropriately regulated. And also, YLKI is active in health advocacy. We voice our concern over public health issues such as excessive sugar, or we also call it sugar sweetened beverage or SSB. And we advocate for a better access to affordable healthcare. And then YLKI also provides consumer education and empowerment. We run programs that aim at improving consumer literacy, helping people understand their rights and empowering them to stand up for fair treatment. And also, YLKI often engage with policymakers to shape regulation that related to product safety, healthcare, and digital economy laws. And our recommendation for improving consumer well-being, I think it's quite similar with the presentation that have been said by Prof. Alka from India, and I forget her name. But first thing that we must do is about strengthen consumer protection law and enforcement. And also we should promote financial literacy and digital education. So LKI is often said to consumers that besides they want to have their right, they also need to know that responsibility as a smart consumer. And we need to improve health and safety standards in Indonesia, and also promoting sustainable consumption. Like we can build a healthier lifestyle by have public transportation, and also like solar panel, like something like that, to make a sustainable environment. And this is case study from my organization. We already done this project, and we successfully make a change by strict regulation and higher tax for cigarettes in Indonesia. So the tax can decline the smoking rates among youth in Indonesia, and it increased government revenue from tobacco tax that has been allocated to health programs that benefiting further consumer well-being. So what can we learn about this program is the higher tax can discourage smoking, and enforcement of tax policies and anti-tobacco regulation needs to be strengthened. And also comprehensive public awareness campaigns can shifting consumer behavior. So continued advocacy is always needed to counter industry lobbying and ensure stricter regulation for this program. And also we have a solar energy advocacy that we have a collaboration with multiple stakeholders like PLN. We know it's a state electricity company in Indonesia, and also Pertamina and civil society organization that conduct educational programs, policy advocacy, and on-the-ground inventors in 5 selected villages like Girikarto, Girimboyo, Giriwungu, Injomoro, and Tembus in Java, in central Java. And the outcomes is we can engage the local government commitment to support the renewable energy. And also we what we can learn from this program is multi-stakeholder collaboration is the key of engaging the government, private sector, and also community organization. And sustainability requires policy backing, while community interest aside, long-term adoption depend on financial incentive and government support. So the conclusion of my presentation is consumer well-being is not just about access to products and services. It is about safety, fairness, and empowerment. The success of this initiative demonstrates with the right policies, strong advocacy, and consumer education, we can drive a meaningful change. Also, collaboration between stakeholders is also essential, and consumer voices must be heard, and sustainable solutions require long-term commitment. By learning from the success story before, we can continue to push stronger consumer protection and better policies that benefit everyone. Let's work together, government, businesses, civil society, and consumer, to build a fairer and more responsible environment. And let's advocate for stronger regulations, support consumer education, and ensure the business uphold ethical practices. Because at the heart of every policy, every initiative, and every reform, it is the consumer who matter the most. Thank you for the time.
Wow, thank you so much, Miss Anjani Widya Hemasita, for that incredible, insightful presentation. Your deep dive into consumer well-being in Indonesia was truly eye-opening, and we are grateful for the knowledge you have shared with us. Okay, now let's move into our Q&A session. But before we take question from the chat box, I would like to start with the first question. So, Miss Anjani, how does YLKI measure consumer well-being in Indonesia, and what do you consider the most critical factors to ensure consumer well-being in Indonesia?
Okay, so wait. So YLKI often measure the consumer well-being by reading our consumer complaint and okay.
Miss Anjani?
Sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah, we often look at our complaint in YLKI, and we have like some I mean we have named that index that promote about consumer satisfaction in Indonesia. So if the index for that is increasing, so it means that consumer well-being in Indonesia is increasing, and if we know that from the index, if it's still stagnant or not improving, we know that we need a better solution for this.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your answer, Miss Anjani. Now, I would like to pass the next question to Associate Professor Dr. Kesh Minda Singh. Dr. Kesh, would you like to take it from here?
Thank you, Dr. Ella, so far for getting the session rolling. And hello, Ibu Anjani. Yeah, I hope that you're doing great. And thank you very much for a wonderful presentation and giving us so much of input, yeah, on especially consumer well-being from Indonesia. I was just wondering, Ibu, you mentioned about inflation, yeah, inflation taking a toll on consumers in Indonesia. I was just wondering, if let's say we're talking about income per se, how far are the lower income group, in Indonesia, the lower income group, especially in terms of consumers, affected by the rising inflation? Yeah, so how are the low income group, coping with the high inflation? If you can just share some input with us.
Okay, I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, so far, when it comes to inflation, how is the lower income group, coping with inflation?
Okay, so the lower income to overcome the inflation, we know that a government usually provide like subsidies for them, like for about if it's about like food or something. Food government usually provides like the bantuan sosial, and also some programs that help them to overcome this inflation. Yeah, a lot of people that has lower salary in Indonesia usually look for the government initiative to help them during the inflation.
Okay. I think that's interesting, especially government is taking a lot of initiative, especially in helping the lower income group. Probably a little follow-up on that, I just would like to get a bit more insights from you. You mentioned about the digital economy in Indonesia that is picking up. If you can just share in terms of the digital economy, which is the sector in Indonesia benefiting the most in terms of a digital economy, because I think that would actually provide us some insights on where the consumers are targeting and where their intention is moving when it comes to purchase. So Ibu, if you can share which sector is benefiting from a digital economy.
Okay, we know that digital economy in Indonesia is one of the most sectors that provide the economic growth in Indonesia. So the sectors that really enhance the economic growth in Indonesia is from the e-commerce. Like we know after the COVID, the digital online shopping in Indonesia is really have a significant role in the economic sector because our people in Indonesia move from the traditional transaction to a digital transaction. And I think the digital economy really plays a crucial role. And also we know that transaction now we are more we are use more digital transaction than the traditional ones. So yeah, digital economy is really one of the economic sectors that plays a crucial role in economic growth in Indonesia.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you so much. You like to add, Dr. Leila? Your mic, Dr. Leila.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Cash. So, Miss Anjani, another question from me. I realized that you did mention in your slide on government initiative on safeguarding healthcare sector. So, can you describe to us steps that the government taking to improve access to affordable healthcare for consumers in Indonesia?
Okay, government in Indonesia provide initiative that we call as BPJS, which is affordable access to the the health sector, and also we provide like from 2025, the government provide free medical checkup for who when we have our birthday, we can access the free medical checkup from the government. It's also one of initiatives that really popular these days, and also the government provide us with some puskesmas, puskesmas is lower than the first health care institution in Indonesia, and it can be accessed by, if we have BPJS members, we can afford them. We can afford them more. We can afford them by this card, BPJS member.
Okay, I understand. Okay, over to you, Dr. Cash.
Ibu Anjani, I was wondering, as you mentioned about the solar energy, right? I think you have mentioned about solar taking a huge leap and transformation in Indonesia. But let's say if we dive into just looking into some specificity in terms of consumers, if we're talking about, let's say we are moving a bit into sustainable consumption. Yeah, if you're talking about consumers, what is one change that you have seen recently? How do you see consumers changing towards sustainable consumption? What is one thing that is becoming very, very obvious in Indonesia?
Okay. So I look at sustainable consumption is more to a lifestyle these days. So if consumers like to be a consumer that have a good lifestyle, they will be change their habit for having a sustainable consumption, like they often drive public transportation instead of their own car, and also they change to solar panel in their houses. And also, I think for now, the sustainable consumption is more to like a lifestyle. So I think we can educate consumer to, if you want to be like a full person or a full person that can contribute to your society, you can choose a sustainable lifestyle.
So technically, we can see when we talk about sustainable consumption, it's becoming more like a branding. That means probably it's like an image if you portray
It's
sustainable
like an image.
consumption. Yeah, so it's like people using Tesla. If you use Tesla, so technically you say that people, I'm on sustainable path, but you never know that, you are trying to show that you have a more luxury car as compared to other cars, yeah? Okay, so I think probably we would have also seen that trend in Malaysia. I think probably it's not only across Malaysia. Initially, we started off with all these products, that is organic, and we had all these sustainable products. They were coming into picture, but then lately we saw that it was mostly about lifestyle. It was not so much of consumers moving into sustainable consumption, but it was more of portraying on the type of lifestyle that they are embracing, and also branding themselves in a different segment. So I think probably we can say that Indonesian, the society is also moving into that particular direction. But being said that, Ibu Anjani, I just would like to know how far, or probably we would want to know the dynamics of the Indonesian government, saying that, we have to be green. How far is it? Is it, like changing the entire landscape, or they are taking step by step? What is your take on that?
Okay, we know that government has an initiative to be net zero emission in 2060, and I think the government should to achieve that target in 2060. I think government should give more effort for sustainable consumption, so we can reach that goal in 2060. But in this presidency era, I think the government needs to further their program about the solar energy or another renewable energy, so we can achieve the goal in 2060.
I was just wondering, as we are, speaking on in terms of sustainable consumption, maybe in terms of the audience, if you have any questions to Ibu Anjani with regard to sustainable consumption. Yeah, please start posting in the chat box, so that we can pick up the question and also enlighten you on sustainable consumption in Indonesia. Maybe Dr. Leila, you have something on sustainable consumption that you would like to engage with Ibu Anjani.
Okay, yes, of course. But before that, let me check with the technical support system. Do we have any question on chat box? Do we have?
Yeah, so far there's no any question in the chat box at the moment.
Okay, it's okay. Thank you. All right. If with that, I think we understand, because Indonesia has Indonesia is very good in sustainability, consumer behavior. Even if we are talking about consumer behavior in Indonesia, it has been evolved in recent years. So, but I want to move a little bit from sustainability, because when we talk about sustainability, we also nowadays we also relate it closely with digital transformation. So we also agreed that we can see that Indonesia has growth in terms of its internet and mobile penetration. Okay, so hence I would like to ask your view, Miss Anjani, how has this digital transformation influenced the way businesses interact with consumer, and what role does e-commerce play in this shift in Indonesia?
Okay, the digital transformation surely transform how the economic and I think for the businesses, they more use technology these days for advertise their products. And one thing for sure that I really concerned is about a law that regulates the e-commerce and also the advertisement in e-commerce, because we know that a lot of advertisement in the social media often use of like fake reviews and also misleading advertisement. And some of the things that I also concerned with there is about flash sale. Like the flash sale is like something that might can make a consumer is hurry to buy a product, but we know that sometimes the seller is use the flash sale every day, so it like what is that? What I mean is, I think a flash sale is need to be regulated, so they are not make a consumer to be in hurry to buy a product and make like a consumptive habit for consumer. And yeah, I also think that all of the advertisement and all of the business in e-commerce should be more protected and regulated.
I think, Leila, we have some questions coming in the chat box.
Yes.
From
Yes.
you.
Dr. Cash, you want to read it?
Okay, sure. I think Ibu Anjani, some interesting question, especially with regard to your NGO. I think there's several questions, by one of our very intriguing audience. I think it's Professor Ahmad Hariza Hashim. He would like to know what are the type of consumer education programs that your yayasan, Lembaga Konsumen Indonesia, offers. What are the kind of education programs and what are the target groups?
Okay, so as education staff from the LKI, we have a lot of education programs that has been conducted these days. First, we have a collaboration with some of station or radio station in Indonesia. It's a weekly program that called Smart Consumer, which we always provide education for consumer with a various topic in every Tuesday in every week, and also YLKI branch into a community-based education. Like we sometimes go to some like villages or some district in around of Jakarta, and we educate people about the issues that we've been brought these days. And also we have a lot of partner around Indonesia. Like we have a partner in some cities in Indonesia that we can interact often. So our issues and our main issues that we've been brought this day can be further, can be more massive, and we reach a lot of people. We reach more people to know about what we've been concerned these days. I think it's our programs, education programs in YLKI. And okay, what initiatives has the Indonesian government undertaken to promote consumer education? So as I mentioned before, that we also have a agency called BPKN. It's like YLKI, but it's under the government. So they also often share about their advocacy in social media, and they often advocate some of the institution stakeholders because they have a good connection because they are under the government. So their voice will be more easily heard by the institution. So it's one of the initiatives that has been the Indonesian government undertake for promote consumer education.
Thank you, Ms. Anjani. But we still have more question, Dr. Cash.
Yeah.
It's from Associate Professor Dr. Doris in the chat box. What are the specific regulation available to protect consumer on the e-commerce platform, Ms. Anjani?
Okay, so we have our consumer protection law that ensures that consumer need to be protected when they are not having full services that the producers give, and also we have protection data law and some of regulation that protect consumer about e-commerce platform. But I think Indonesians should our protection law because we know that it actively in 1999, which it not provided all the issues that have been occur in these days like e-commerce and some of data protection law. But yeah, I think we need a specific law for the e-commerce platform in Indonesia. It's already have, but I think the higher law is the consumer protection law, and it should be amended soon.
Unmute Dr. Cash.
Sorry, yeah. I was just wondering, I don't know, just a prolonged addition to what Ibu Anjani has shared. looking into all this consumer education, looking into the regulation on especially on the e-commerce that is available. Yeah, what are the type of collaborations? Yeah, when it comes to, probably we can just speak about your NGO. Yeah, what are the type of collaboration? Yeah, that you have actually formed in terms of regional, in terms of probably local or international.
Okay, I think we can do a cooperation to advocate our government to establish a regulation for cross-border transaction. I think we can resolve a problem that have a seller from its country, but we still don't have any dispute resolution for a border transaction. I think the NGO from Indonesia and also Malaysia can advocate the government to make a regulation for that.
Okay. But so far, any successful collaborations that your NGO has seen?
Actually, we have some collaboration with some NGO in Malaysia, like we are the member of CI, and we often discuss and also sharing knowledge about what have we been through these days, like some couple of months, the organization from Malaysia asked about the problem with Oppo and Redmi, that they have loan application that has been installed in their phone without the consumer consent. So asked YLKI, is that problem also happen in Indonesia? So what can we do, and what do you think about that? I think the collaboration that can be done is also sharing knowledge about our problem in our countries.
How about other NGOs? Yeah, probably Ibu would like to know, like for example, besides YLKI, right? How are other NGOs? Are they also coming in together with with your NGOs, or probably the NGOs are doing enough, yeah, in order to not only probably to educate the consumers, but to ensure, right, that the change or the transformation that the government has actually instilled is taking place. Yeah, how far the NGOs are involved?
So NGO can be a consultant if government want to publish a new policy. Well, I often invited as a consultant and in some policy, and also if we want to NGO to be heard in government, we must do a collaboration with another NGO. So we have a solid alliance, and it will be benefit for us to be voiced more and be heard more by the government.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, probably Dr. Leila, you'd like to add something?
Maybe last question from me, Miss Anjani, because I remember just now, a moment ago, Dr. Kesh, and you have discussed on sustainability on consumer. So maybe just a little bit now. How aware actually are Indonesian consumer on I think about sustainable products in Indonesia? How aware are they?
I think our consumer is more aware about sustainability product, like we have a lot of people that use public transportation more than before, and we have a lot of housing of developers that use a solar panel to their houses, and also some of products, like we don't need to have the plastic when we buying something in market. We should bring our own bag. I think it's something that relate to sustainable consumption.
Okay, I think that's all from me. Dr. Cash, how about you?
I think probably I just have one last question. Yeah, I think in terms of NGO, yeah, probably we are also being an NGO in terms of MACFEA. I would like to hear from Ibu Ajani, what is your aspiration of your NGO? Where do you want to take consumer well-being, sustainable consumption? What do you aspire for? What would be the direction in the future? Yeah, where are you taking probably in terms of the NGO?
I think I want NGO more will be more focal to an issue that happen in their countries, and also for a sustainable consumption. I need to all of us, to all the NGO, speak louder to a new lifestyle, like this is a better lifestyle to if you having a sustainable consumption. I think it's that for me.
Okay, thank you Ibu. Terima kasih ya atas presentasi yang luar biasa. Right, we are very
Dr.
delighted.
Cash, hold on. I think we have one more question online.
Oh, okay, that's
From
good.
Prof. Hariza.
Okay, yeah, maybe we can add to you, Dr. Lela. You can.
Okay. So one last question from our audience, Miss Anjani, from Professor Ahmad Hariza. He asked you that you mentioned about consumer index in your presentation. So maybe you could elaborate more on this, and if possible, you could share with us what are the empowerment index for Indonesian consumer?
Okay, so for consumer index in Indonesia, this year, Indonesia reached improvement for the index. I mean, there are 5 categories for the consumer index, and we are having a critical stage for the consumer index. So it's like our consumer is actually more vocal and more, what is that, more know how to receive their rights in these days. So Indonesia has a good index, consumer index for now, but for the implementation, sometimes consumer still doesn't know how to complain about their problems, and this is I think this is our main issues, like that from India. Before also speak about digital literacy, I think we should provide consumer about knowledge how to they complain, and what should they do if they don't have their rights about their products. I think that should be more, we need to pay attention in that area.
Okay, I think that's all, Dr. Cash.
Yeah, so thank you very much once again, right, Ibu Anjani, thank you so much for that insightful information. I think probably this is how we can see all the NGOs gearing up to embrace all this sustainable consumption, consumer well-being, right? And we have heard from many of our other counterparts. I think probably we can see Dr. Lela as well, bits and parts of things streaming into one parallel pathway where we are also heading towards the same goal, okay, ensuring to achieve consumer well-being and sustainable consumption, right? So thank you very much, Ibu, once again. And I would like to now pass to the MC for today to take the session forward.
Okay, sure. All right. Okay, dear participants, thank you all for your participation in session number 2. It was an insightful and engaging discussion, and we truly appreciate the valuable contributions from our speakers and panelists. Big thank you to Ms. Anjani for your insightful presentations and massive effort in answering questions. And also thank you to our esteemed moderator, Associate Professor Dr. Kashminda, and also Dr. Leilawati for the wonderful guiding session. All right, so as we come to the end of this session, let's take a brief moment for a group photo first to capture this wonderful event. And we kindly ask all participants to turn on the camera for the photo. Yeah. Okay, technical, can you assist from the photo taking session?
Right. Okay, everybody, please open your camera for capture this moment. Okay, on my count, 1, 2, 3, smile. All right, that's it. Back to home.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Jamil, for the photo taking. All right. Also, thank you everyone for the photo. Now, kindly note that the attendance link and QR code for today's session will be shared in the chat box. Please ensure that you fill in the attendance to receive your e-certificate after the program concludes. And the QR code will also be displayed on the screen for easy access coming in the coming time. All right. So before we end today's session, we would like to remind you that the day 1 of the MACFEA Inter-Regional Intellectual Discourse 2025 concludes here. But don't worry, we are not done yet. Our program will resume tomorrow on February 25, 2025, year 2025, with new panels and exciting discussion from other countries. So please mark your calendars and don't forget to join us tomorrow. All right, we look forward to seeing you all again tomorrow. Stay tuned for more fascinating insights and perspective on consumer well-being in facing current challenges. And for those who may miss parts of today's session, once again, you can still watch the live stream on our YouTube channel. Just visit the link that we share on your chat box or at dr.ir.sha-network5076 for the full experience. All right. So thank you once again for being part of today's discussion. And we wish you a wonderful rest of the day. And we can't wait to see you tomorrow for day 2. All right. And goodbye for now and stay safe. See you tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.